music wearing.
Where's my music?
Relax.
What's up, guys? I'm back.
Stop. Please stop.
That's what. Maybe I can hear it now. Still not.
I'm gonna make that live.
Where'd it go?
Get
I got the music, guys. There's that music.
I need release too.
Aha. I gotta kick it in the head. Alexa, turn the kitchen on 100%.
Hey, okay.
Ah, that made a little difference. Cracked kid.
All right.
What's up, kid?
Wait. Are you visiting?
Looks like you got an Xbox controller in your profile picture. Yeah?
What are you doing about it?
Welcome to the channel there. I am better than I deserve every day.
They're all in the shower. They're all having a good time.
Pardon the voice in the background. Competing.
They're all having the shower.
19-year-old. Playing,
He's texting.
he's playing Fortnite over there with his cousins.
Did you see that? Yes, the Raiders. There should be
37. Come in, everybody. Oh my gosh, that was the most people all at once I've ever seen flood the channel. Come in. 31 out of 37. Still,
just let me hurt over here.
my channel popped up in front of 37 people.
I think I switched to my PRS.
Come in, guys. Let's chat on us.
Did I kill everything?
What is it? Saturday? Saturday evening?
Did you kill him?
Where are you coming from there, kid?
Okay.
What part of the world? What state?
I definitely killed the one that
USA.
beat me up. The one that beat me up, I killed that guy.
Come in, come in.
The one that murdered me.
Is there anybody out there?
I know, it looked like a guy had an ABS on. I killed that guy. Yes, I know, I headshot that guy. And I headshot the ABS guy.
Hello? Hello? Test. 25 people. Come in, guys. Let's chat.
That hurt so bad.
Don't stop. Don't swipe. Just scroll back. Come back. Come on in. Come on, come on. Come see Jojo, the dog-faced boy.
Why hurt so much?
He neither eats nor sleeps, nor crawls nor creeps. He's 15 inches across the eyes and smells
I'm
like
gonna dump my stuff.
He's Jojo. Hello, hello. Come in, come in. Maybe this music will get people to stop swiping.
It was my stomach.
Where'd you go, kid? Crap kid.
Is that you walking around?
You made one comment and then poof, you disappeared.
Find food. Just food and water.
Nobody else is willing to stop swiping. Come on. Oh, looks like we got. There's girl in the mirror. She popped in. Are you set up now, girl? And going live yet?
Do you want a pilgrim? Do you want a pilgrim?
Mohammed! What's up, Mohammed? Where are you? I think I've seen your name before in the room. No? Mohammed? Zulfikar?
I just heard. You hear that? Water behind us. Oh, how's that you? That's weird. We need to get out of here.
Oh, thank you,
Ready?
bro. Don't forget the like also. The thumbs up there.
Oh. All right.
And where are you coming from, Mohammed?
Is it
Are you in Texas?
23?
There was somebody by your name in Texas. Yourself?
Okay. You check the end of the hallway, the one that goes up.
Yeah, okay. So I remembered. How's everything in Texas? Is it getting a little bit colder like the rest of the nation? Down in the 50s,
Thanks.
possibly?
You flashlight?
I don't know what part of Texas you're in.
You go upstairs with the flashlight? When we get down to the bottom of the stairs.
Wait a minute.
It's ripping,
It
right?
must not be charging.
You can put the lights.
It says it's
2 shots will kill. 2 shots.
12%. That's it?
People back where we were, they're going. So.
Yeah, it's charging. Huh. It's charging slowly, I guess.
I'm gonna close the line. We're chasing after? Freaking are.
Yeah, what's the weather doing in Texas?
Yeah, sure. Take out the regular number. Got him? There's another one, too. I'm reloading. Don't know if there's 3.
Google says tomorrow night in Texas is having an earthquake.
Do you want to loot them or do you want
How can it do that?
The door at the end of this hallway is closed, by the way. It's the reason why I pushed down. Yeah, I checked quickly, so I was reloading. I didn't want to out my pants down.
Thank you, whoever is girl. I think maybe you
I hear
took care of that for me.
D2. I hear metal banging in there.
I'm in New Jersey on the East Coast, about 2 hours south of New York City. Where were you born, Mohammed?
Did not kill him. You let it go? I let him out. Whoa. Was that you shooting or me? Did you shoot? Was there someone down there?
No, where? Where were you born? Were you born in the United States or? So you're young. You're only 14, 15?
I heard him close the panel
Oh,
door.
sorry.
I,
You're only 9?
Don't
You were born in
remember what
Texas?
door it was. It wasn't my door. He might be
You were
using
only,
it.
you're only 9 years
I
old.
think he might be trying to camp.
You're just a youngster.
I know he said to have some kind of
You're
rifle.
10.
Okay. Wasn't shot.
You'll be
Yeah, I shot him when he was
no, you're not
past
10 yet if you were born, unless you just had your birthday. Lifestyle,
I'm not going to look down the hole.
Hey
I'm just
there.
going to aim down the hole.
welcome back.
We might have to. I don't want to go into invested detail. That's it.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. Not on so
Side. You can go take sewer, then. Oh my gosh! At the end. I'm messed up. I'm really messed up. That got me out of it. Yeah, that got me off guard. Not the guy over here. Do you have water?
let me see here.
I'm coming back to you.
Raise this up a little bit.
We have to push YouTube. I'm gonna die of dehydration. I'm out. I'm almost out of both. Not ready. Let me
Are you busy,
take a bullet.
Lysol? Are you at home?
Why is this food and water down
Work?
there? That's actually nice.
Shopping? The market?
Can I come with you over there?
Cooking?
Sure. Yeah, I'm right there.
Oh, you're busy? What are you doing?
Yeah, I can't kill my stomach. The dehydration is just slowly killing me, so I can't heal the one now. There's a chance that the door that he closed.
Hey, Bacon. What's shaking, Bacon?
I'm dying fast.
What's new, Babaloo?
I'm out of both. I'm dying fast. Like fast.
Welcome back.
Yes. Can you be the spearhead?
You're traveling to Singapore.
Like have tunnel vision.
When are
so
you?
can-
Are you
like,
traveling right now?
I'm
Oh, you're busy. Yeah. With who?
I'm out of one
Your
of my last single.
family or with
I just took the one out from
Facebook? Busy chismissing?
Please. Is it a fan radio though? I would like to turn it in. Can I have it though? I killed
What's up,
one
Mr.
time.
Bacon?
Come on. This is the guy I killed?
Yeah, when are you going to Singapore, bro?
Just give me the sale. You can take anything else, please.
Oh,
I only have 150 left.
well, if you're chismissing with your family, how are you chatting on live stream?
No, come on.
Akya Ka. Liza.
I heard a middle door. I don't know if it's him leaving or if it's him going downstairs.
What you told me about the CBs? Yeah, he knew right away.
That's all I want to think, right?
Of course. How old is your grandfather again, Bacon? Is he about? Did you told me he's 70? What, 74 or something like that? Nick, bud,
Yeah,
you were here before. Thanks for coming back. ¿Cómo está, Nick?
Yes.
Oh, okay. He's just a little bit younger. He's my mom. My mom turned 81 on December 10th. Wait, 82. 81? 41. 42. Yeah, I think she's 82. Oh, that's cool.
Thank you. My head's gonna be black.
That's really cool.
Cereal, no more like that. Snacks.
I'm gonna stop yelling just in case. And I haven't even thought about it. Impact. Impact is not on my mind right now.
And your grandfather was a Marine or Navy?
I think I should love.
And is that your dad's dad or mom's dad?
Weird.
Navy. Okay. That's right. You said E7.
That's weird, right?
I get confused on who's who and who it was that told me what. Yeah, he's the radio man. Okay, that was in my head.
Just a good timing because I'm out.
Gotcha.
At the table, I just ran out.
Gotcha.
Just the last stage.
Yeah, what a small world when you said radio man, and first thing I thought it was my dad.
I made him like
my dad
almost, and he was like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the only reason he goes to DC was to scout. It's to yes.
Yeah, next time you see him, ask him what his rate was. His like hospitalman is HM. Radio, I believe his rate is no longer. It's called something else. It's changed since his time. But the same thing with my dad. When I researched what my dad's rate was,
Well, I said
it was.
My message month. I said he has to come ACAT.
It wasn't RM for radio man.
Rifle.
I don't believe it was something else.
You want
I'm trying to remember what it was. But I ended up getting.
Just kept standing.
I ended up getting his
I did kill him. And you want to know how much damage took by
record. I'm trying to remember where I found that. And I saw that what his rate was.
1,000.
Yeah, they don't. Yes, but in the Navy they don't have MOSs. So, but just ask him what his rate was.
It was right. Yep.
A rank is E7. Rate, he'll say radio man, but ask him what what the
If you can use it.
the initial was. Was it RM or radio operator, RO, or I forget. Gosh, I looked it up before. My dad's is going to be the same, I'm sure.
Did I show you that picture that I saw of that guy that was camping up there on those stairs? Oh, I didn't check the screenshots.
A BM is bosun's mate. HM is hospitalman, etc. You could probably Google it. You know, if you'd have to. What is the
It's not my folder. It's probably because I
abbreviation for radio man back in whatever year he was in? Thank you, grown man.
what's up?
Oh, it's on his plaque. Okay.
I don't know.
I wonder if that's it. Radio man controller or radio man.
I'm using 20 round string.
Communications, possibly.
Oh, that was. I mean, honestly, doing the grenade stuff down there was still valid. Because if it was a scav,
So that's on his plaque,
it's still
and that's
a
what he
real
was.
person that can kill us. One side of the head.
Yeah.
So that's
Actually, no. Radio man chief. That's what C is. Gosh, I stand corrected. That would be his rank at the end.
Don't bring me back to it.
So it'd be RM, for instance, RM3, RM2, RM1, or RMC. He was a chief. That's his E7.
I understand that. It makes sense.
Gotcha. Radioman chief. Yep. You know, he was in the service the same time my dad was. Except my dad only did it 4-year contract. So again, I was saying before, his years must have been like 58 through 62 or 59 through 63 or something like that.
Really?
Yep.
I don't know. You kept being like,
And where, Bacon, where are you?
Like it just.
Where is your grandfather from? Just curious. I wonder if he was born the same. I'm waiting to see if you know where your grandfather.
Oh, he wasn't
was
even
born,
looking at you.
where he grew up.
Oh, so
Yeah.
so this guy thought it was a one-on-one, and you were just sitting there like.
Same with hospitalmen. If you're in the medical field, you'll be an HM, and then there's an HMC. That's HM, hospitalman chief, or HMSC. That would be senior chief, or HM3, which is third
That's
class
just person.
petty officer. I was an HM2, second class petty
Always
officer.
assume there's another person.
Alabama, lived in Jacksonville and Hawaii all the day. Well, my dad's from Detroit, Michigan,
Can't play the game.
and that's where he joined the service. And then he ended up in California, in the service. I think he might have been stationed there. I remember asking my mother about that. What was he doing in California? And I believe he was stationed there, and at the time, and he ended up meeting her at the bowling alley, and that was in Mission Beach, California.
Push you on a mission, golden swag.
My mom was born in Ohio, but ended up her mom, my grandmother, and her sister, my aunt, moved to California.
I said ski.
I think when grandma was remarried,
I didn't say.
and her husband was working in California, something like that. And that's how she ended up moving to California. And then met my dad there. And he was in the service.
Flash drives.
Yeah, and then they had my brother in 1959.
We're gonna go
And that was the first child. And then they had my sister in 61,
Well, no.
2 years later. And then they had me the next year in 62. And then they had my sister 3 years later in
How about
65.
we wait 10 minutes?
Yeah, I know, the plaque.
Doesn't go.
Shows all the ships, places he was stationed, where he went to school. That's awesome. I love it. Yep, and his anchor. Yep, yeah. That's so cool. You know, I have the option to get my shack box as well. I became a member of the, what website is that? And it gives you the ability to put together all the information, just like your grandfather did, and all your stations and your awards and medals and all the details of your military service.
Sir, we don't want you here in this establishment. What?
Yeah, that's cool.
Higher.
That's really cool.
All right, ready?
I was saying earlier in the previous live stream I was just on, you didn't catch it. It was broadcasting just for about an hour and a half on the landscape live stream, horizontal live stream. And I was mentioning how when you see, well, actually, I was saying to Zach, he lives up in some Amish country in Michigan, and he was telling me that some of the local dollar stores, have horse tie-ups, in front of the dollar store for the Amish, to park their wagons, their horse trailers, tie up their horses there at the dollar store. I was saying, things like that makes you, for me, I always, when I'm reading the Bible, for example, I'm trying to picture in my head what it was like back then, or any history book, when you're trying to picture, what it was like.
No one says that we're just
or actually being there and placing yourself, in that environment. What would it have felt like? And then I said, well, when the Amish, since the Amish still exist, that's what it does for me. It makes me feel like I'm able to be back in history, and feel what it was like. And
that was a screenshot I sent.
To have military heirlooms around and reading, the stories and the dates and seeing the medals, you can't help but to remember what you've read in history in your history books, and
I know
you get to talk to a person that's still alive.
That your part of the ship
And,
was always like.
Yeah, absolutely. I did that with an
That
older
crush
friend.
on the
I told you I met an older man that was born the same year as my dad. And my dad had died back in 2017. So, and then I met this guy. And I get to sit down with him. I used to sit down with him every morning and have coffee and just talk to him, So, what was it like growing up, when you were 19, as a teenager? And he took me down to where he grew up in Atlantic City, and down the street, and showed me the house that he grew up in. And you're in your mind picturing. And he's like, "Yeah, see those stores? They weren't even there. It was just field. And we used to go down to the beach as kids, and it's just and he's right there in front of you."
Anyways, it's whatever.
And we did that wherever we went. It's like I never had the opportunity to
it is on all. can't turn it off.
sit down at the
And
table,
I made sure
with my dad and have those
I made sure
conversations.
to make it a little more efficient.
I never got to sit down in front of
And
anybody in my family, and talk about the Word of God, because
there's
nobody knew the Word of God in my family.
3 electrical
And
cords
then
surrounding
once I
bridge
shared the
and
Word of God with my
centers.
dad before he died, and he accepted Jesus Christ,
Like,
I didn't
motion
get it.
detector,
He died
like,
6 years
plus
later,
nobody
and he
touched
was
it.
in another state,
Unless at all. Anything
so I didn't
that's
get to
close, it
follow
shuts
up on my dad,
twice.
to bring him to church with me and or introduce him to
There's
the
no
Reformed
buttons,
Miscellaneous
make
program,
manual
and get him
discharge. It is all automatic. I made sure
physically
once it becomes
involved,
obvious, focus.
surrounding his mind with,
Being at the helm.
meditating on the Word of God instead of
Yep, you're gonna-
what he was used to. Well, then I met Lincoln, I just mentioned, and he's a Christian, and he knows the Word of God, if not better than I do. So we became partners, literally fishing partners in particular. He was my tandem in my kayak. And so we started traveling together. He went to the Philippines with me. We traveled to New York to go to a fishing tournament and so on. And wherever we were together, that's what we did. We just sat and talked. He'd talk about his past. I'd pick his brain, or we'd open the Bible and just talk about what he read or what his latest, topic that he had been studying. And it was just super cool. Sometimes over a wood stove, in an Airbnb that we would rent. Wake up in the morning, I'd go out in the woods and gather some sticks and wood, bring it inside the trailer or the house, get the wood stove going before he woke up, get breakfast going, and he'd wake up to a nice warm kitchen with the wood stove going. Yeah, so it was super, super cool. Wow.
Actually, how did you detect
Dude, where do you read these stories?
cheating through
I have read,
automatic
like-
use in the mouse? What?
Wow. You mean are you imagining that, or you're actually reading accounts of when,
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't know if you have found, but on that note, it's actually for
That's what I'm thinking.
for
That's
younger
what I'm saying.
audiences, but
Move on.
there's a radio station, AM radio station, that I have my radio set to two particular stations because they're the same station but two different frequencies. And it's 92.5 and 90.5 and 92.7, I believe. And they're broadcasting the same thing, but sometimes one is better reception than the other, depending on where I'm at. And at, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or maybe later, somewhere in the afternoon, they've got a storytelling. And it's like old radio. Before my time, my dad used to talk about radio talk shows, radio story shows that, they would gather around the radio and listen to, storytelling. And they had all the sound effects, the creaking of the doors and the knock, knock, knock and the hammering and, all the sound effects they'd have to recreate on radio. And every now and then when we were on the road on vacation, he would find a radio show that had that, and he would talk about it. And it would intrigue me as a youngster, to actually use your imagination and think about, those sounds and place yourself. And then I found one. I still listen to it whenever I go in my car, and it's on. And I tell my son about it, similar to what my dad did with me. And we listen, the whole family, my wife and my son and I will sit there and listen to these stories. And they go back in time, like you're talking about. They'll go back in the, 1800s, 1700s and tell stories of people that were Christians or not Christians, unbelievers. And it's the story, about the conflict and or the sharing of a message between the two, in certain points of history. And that's similar to what you're talking about. Let me read this next part here. Just imagine, but there's so many accounts, soldiers, in their Bibles, right? From stopping bulls to sharing the word of God with the enemy, even the enemy. If you ever, I've got actually I had it on YouTube. It was a 4-part because I was only able to do 15 minutes at the time. That was the limit. Now that I've been on YouTube now that YouTube is now that it's been 20 years since I've been on YouTube, I'm able to share, I think an unlimited length of videos, or I think up to an hour or something. But before, I had 4 15-minute episodes of a video that I did using Windows Movie Maker or something before, smartphones and so on, and other editing apps. But then Vimeo came out, and I was able to take that video and do it into 2 30-minute or thereabout segments. And I've got it on Vimeo. And on that note of sharing the gospel, during wartime, you got to hear this. I'm thinking about the easiest way to share this. Let me look on my phone here instead of on the Xbox, and I'll Vimeo, and I'll give you the link to that to my Vimeo channel, and watch this. It was during the 4th of July in San Diego.
You're just fine.
And I was attending Lighthouse Baptist Church in Lemon Grove, San Diego, suburb of San Diego County.
Get over it.
And the preaching during the 4th of July, the name of the whole
that makes sense. I know that from
time was,
because lactose
the name of
intolerance
the at the church they had
is
a
natural. It happens to everybody.
like a
lactose intolerance is the
4th of July,
I believe it's called lactase. And if you don't have lactase,
celebration or whatever,
no.
and they incorporated Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And during one of those days,
Anyways,
Colonel Ryberg, retired United States Marine Corps
but
officer,
it happens to everybody. It's actually genetics.
came to the church, and he has a military ministry. He evangelizes, around the United States, as well as when he was in the military. I don't know if he's still doing it or if he's retired from that as well.
Because there's no cows over there.
But he had a military ministry
Except for
where representatives, chaplains, and enlisted officers
unfortunately, there are cows everywhere.
assisted him in his ministry out at war. And on that note, he talks about sharing God's word
Yes.
during
Because
wartime,
women's rights.
and how it's been around since
University, you remember? You're at university.
World War I believe, or World War II. And he elaborates on that in this video. So they did an audio. They put together an audio CD from that preaching of his, And I purchased it.
What?
One of the fundraisers they did at the church, where you could buy the preaching, the audio for, $5 or whatever for a CD. So I purchased Colonel Ryberg's message, and then I took that message, the audio, and I used it as the background and put together like a PowerPoint or a slideshow. Picking photos off the internet and plugging them in, during his preaching. And see if I can bring it up here.
Wait, he doesn't have a headset or helmet, and he has BB?
And ended up with, there's 2 30-minute clips or audio videos, and put it on Vimeo. There it is, right here. Got it right here. I titled it. Actually, this was the name of the preaching: was God, Country, War, and You. And part 1 and part 2. They're both 20-minute segments. 18-minute, 53 seconds, and 19 minutes for the second. But let me grab the links. See if I can do that.
And I know all the rare spawns.
Let's figure out this Vimeo.
Lighthouse, I actually became a really nice map to play.
There we go.
I know.
Grab that URL there.
That moments here, but I actually like that Lighthouse now that I've played.
Let me make you a.
I don't know if I remember, but I
moderator. Are you on your phone right now?
20 PMC kills with shotguns, wearing a specific kit. So I went here like 50 times. So I learned
You are okay. Now, for some reason,
Yeah,
that's like way long. Holy moly! Why is that so huge? I'm gonna have to use the URL website to good old, what's it called again? To shorten this URL. Hold on a second. See if I can grab it and do it a different way, because that is humongous. Oh, here we go. Share. There we go. Copy link. Never mind. Did it by itself.
I am now almost on 0. Is that PMC? Let me do some warning shots.
Oh my gosh.
Did you shoot?
What the heck?
I'm dead.
There we go.
No problem. You're all screaming.
Okay. See if that shows up.
He keeps hearing. Now,
can you see that link that just popped up, or no?
Oh, that was close. I could hear the shrapnel.
And if you're on your phone, it doesn't matter if you're a moderator. You won't be able to click on the link, but you probably won't be able to copy and paste that either. Yeah, I found that when I'm on my phone right now. I can't copy it and or click on it when you're on your phone. I see it, right. Let me type it out and try to copy it. Right. Type it down in the chat room. Yeah, you can do it that way. And then go to it or email it to yourself or something to that effect. Or I could email it to you if you want to give me your email.
You're at the grenade launcher.
I'll email both links to you.
What?
Or I could text it to you. You don't want to share your number, though, over the chat room. But
you need to leave. You look like a PMC through
whatever way you want to. But you'll like it.
Maybe if
you'll really like this. It's military. He's dressed in his uniform, his Marine Corps uniform, and he's given a well, actually, it's not a video of the preaching, but I do have a picture of him in the introduction that I found on the internet, him and his wife. And he's in his.
You look like a PMC.
Marine
No,
Corps
actually,
with all
when you
his
look from the back, you're not.
awards
If
and
you look at me,
stuff.
oh my gosh, that's right in the face.
And it's a really good
From the
presentation
back, you look like the
on the gospel,
From the front,
not only
your
to the
picture.
audience, but it gives a history of what he used to do for
The backside,
the president
Outside,
and the cabinet during his time in the Marine Corps. He was a Marine Corps representative for the president.
Huh?
And it's a really cool
Oh shoot, that was
presentation and message. My choice of photos, to represent what he's talking about isn't the best, but just be patient with my amateur editing at the time.
With that. Yeah. Nice.
And let me get the other one up for you as well, so you can do that. That's part one that I just sent you, and the part two. Oh,
USPS. Wow.
yeah, I'm back. Sorry, my whole Xbox froze up and kicked me out of StreamYard. So now I'm back. Looks like I got my. One second.
Yeah, I got your email. Let me do that real quick. SKHOTZ, Scotsum Bacon. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me go over to Gmail and let me just Jojo Musta SKO SKHO HO T CIM. Gotcha. No underscore. Gotcha. Some bacon at Gmail. There it is. Wait a minute. There we go. Were you able to copy that video address? I'm going to send it again here. Hold on a second. I'll send part 1 and part 2. Okay. Got it. On its way there, bro. Scots and bacon. Oh, Shkotz. Ah, okay. Not the same as what's on the screen now? Okay. I want to wait until you confirm that that's the correct spelling, because I got to send it again here. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. So which is it? You made a typo when you did your... Clarify for me. What is the correct spelling? It's the same as you're in the StreamYard right now, or... So the SK and H is switched. Okay. So the last Shkotz. All right. Let me resend that. Hold on. Okay. So I'm going to take that, the incorrect one, and I'm going to forward it to SHK. OTZ SHKOTZ. I am bacon. At Gmail. Okay, there it is. Now it popped up. All right, with your tic-tac-toe, green tic-tac-toe. All right, gotcha. So there's part one. And, whoops. And, oh, I'm forwarding. That's right. So I won't need to retype it. What are you doing, Gary? It's okay. Stand by. Okay, see if that went through. Let me look at my sent and see if the forwarded message. Yeah, that should be good. There we go. Yep, it's an optical illusion. And what do you mean it's an optical illusion? Does it have some number in the middle of it for the colorblind, or what? Okay, I think we're back. I think we're back on track here. All right. See if you got that email. You'll really like it. Really cool. Wow. Imagine that what you're talking about, what we were talking about. I have 2 videos that are on perfectly linked to the subject. Military, Word of God, and the whole history behind it. Talks about Hirohito during the surrender of Japan. Wait till you, I'm not revealing to you what the gist is of the message, but listen to it and listen to his connection between the Word of God, the gospel, and the military, and his own personal deduction that he's come to, that he's concluded that what God's purpose of war is. One of the purposes of God's wars, of God allowing wars. but it's looks kind of wobbly. Well, I'm zooming in on it right now. Oh, I see it now. Oh, you're right. From a distance, it looks like just a checkerboard pattern. When I zoom in on it, I see it's a bunch of squares all kind of wobbly. I see it. It almost looks like a cascade of squares. Ah. Yeah, it is. I can zoom, with the Xbox, and the whole TV goes whoop and comes close, and then I can pan back. Gotcha. Let me turn that music down a bit here. Yeah, when you get a half an hour or more, 45 minutes, check out both of those videos, and I know you're going to enjoy it. Yep. As a matter of fact, YouTube flags one of the videos because it's got some, a Hollywood. It's got a few clips from the movie The Passion of the Christ, and it shows whatever the actor's name that portrayed Christ, disfigured and marred and mangled, hanging on the cross. And because of that, it flags the video, as being inappropriate for audiences, under 18 or whatever. And then again, I've got other pictures of the World Trade Center when it was hit, but it doesn't flag that. Oh, I'll be dang. Well, on that note, Bacon, my son is, my battery just died. Let me that. My son is going through his bachelor's in science, and as you know, physics is required, and so he's in his second. He just finished his first year in physics, and now he'll be taking physics 2 next year. And I'm encouraging him to incorporate all of his schooling, because of his worldview, Christian worldview background, to, just keep, and he does, his thinking is Christian worldview. So when he's in school, he's learning the exact opposite. And I'm always, concerned that, and he always encourages me that it won't happen, or why do I think that way? But I mean, that's inevitable. You're in a Christian worldview for all your elementary, high school years, and then you step outside of that, and now you're in a college where that level of education doesn't have a Christian worldview. So I'm always telling him, and he does already. He bounces, what he learns. And actually, he told me one of his professors, were this already uses that option as a consideration when doing when doing his studies. They don't specifically say they are a Christian and or use the Christian worldview or creation worldview, but he has seen it or heard it from some of his teachers, to consider that worldview as well. And I was like, really? That's unheard of. I don't remember any of my teachers ever. Actually, no. There was one philosophy teacher when I was pursuing a my BSN in nursing, but I came to a halt when I went to Iraq, and I just began the classes. I was taking philosophy was one of the the prerequisites, and that teacher, and actually this was, let's see, what year was that? That was before I even was studying the Word of God. But I sensed just in his presentation that he was wanting to go there when he was teaching, but I could sense he was very careful not to be specific. And I remember walking with him after class from one class to another, and I was trying to pick his brain as to, what were you trying to say? It seems like I sensed that you were wanting to go somewhere else with that subject, and even then, when I confronted him about it, he was like careful even to say so while we were walking across the campus. But I had a sense that, he was a believer, but he was doing his best, being careful not to. Anyways, but. Oh, cool. Well, I'll mention you to him, and if I may, I can share your email with him, and you guys can, go from there. And maybe if he has some, it appears he's got quite a support group, when it comes to physics, and he's a sharp kid like yourself, I'm sure, and he's not having any problems with it. But he got sick here in the recent past, probably the sickest he's ever been, as a young man, or ever in his life. He got a bad flu and respiratory involvement, the whole bit. Could have been COVID, but we've all had it, some of us multiple times. But he got over it, and in the process ended up missing out on quite a bit of school. And he was doing homework here at the house while he was sick with fever. And so I'll mention you to him, and maybe he's real keen on, he mentioned before, he wants to get into immunology, be a scientist for medicine and study, disease processes from a, cellular point of view, and get into that. So, yeah, but that seems to be, he researched it, and he said, yeah, it looks like I got to get my PhD before I can start working as an immunologist or my master's. And so he said, maybe later. So. Did you get that? Well, we don't know. Still early. But right now he's going for his bachelor's. And then from there he'll but he already was talking, he's already seen, what some of the requirements are for, some higher level of education. So if one thing leads to another. Yeah, you did get the email. Good. Yeah, so yeah, give it time. We'll see. Maybe we can set a goal, or he'll set another goal before he finishes his bachelor's, and he'll decide. It's kind of still, he's expressed, how he didn't want to become a doctor because it required too much education, and he can't quite see that far out yet. It still scares him to think, 6 years or more of education. So he said, for now, let me just get my bachelor's, or let me let me reach that goal, and maybe, who knows, by the end of that, he'll, be able to pursue his higher education, a higher education once he goes to work or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't even have a headset, for that level. I'm living vicariously through him. He's pursuing something I didn't get a chance to finish. And so it's exciting just to watch him and, live, like I said, through him and ask him questions, and he educates me, and I get on board sometimes and get involved with what he's studying and ask him questions. And he speaks above my pay grade, already at 19. But then again, I was fortunate to get educated in what I did, and he's yet to, experience that. And if he does pursue medicine in another capacity, then maybe he'll learn what I learned and then some. But it looks like he's made the decision. He's actually pursuing a physician assistant right now, a PA. That's his mom and I convinced him that would be a path to pursue, instead of becoming a nurse like she did and the rest of her family, and even one of his cousins is pursuing that as well. So I convinced him, or mentioned physician assistant, which is the path I would have went down. That was like the position that paramedics, the least path of resistance a paramedic goes into after being a paramedic, is becoming a PA. So we'll see. As you know, time usually, will change things. We'll see what he does with it. Yeah, I know. I've thought about it. Yep. Well, speaking of small, the school that my son went to, his graduating class was what, 5? Senior class, 6? 3 boys, 2 girls. Yep. Yeah, it was. It's just like, it baffles me, when I hear that, because my senior class was 500, something like that, 500 plus, and I graduated on the lower end of that, 287 or something. And he graduated with a class of 5 seniors. Like I said, 3 boys, 2 girls. Yep. Speaking of small, that's just, unheard of in my growing up. Yeah, that's, gosh, same thing. My son was blessed to have thank God my wife and I both were saved, knew about. She actually was exposed to that through missionaries in the Philippines. And we've got Catholicism, you know, surrounded by Catholicism in her family. As you know, or if you don't know, you know, the Philippines is what are the numbers now? You know, probably closer to 90% Catholic, or maybe it's less, smaller percentage of Christians and others. So yeah, we're, you know, it's her aunt and I butt heads every once in a while. It's like, but you know what? Got to pray for my aunt as well, because I will say, you know, she knows my commitment for the creation worldview, and I can kind of sense, you know, even in a small way, that she acknowledges it, and she actually accepts me because of that. Whereas, you know, so it's almost as if she's curious, but she's not. You know, she won't admit it because she's pretty hardcore Catholic and won't bend, you know. Yeah, I know. Well, you and my son could, I mean, you fed by the same spoon. And I could have said that myself, that very statement, what you just made, because you know, you just can't, I mean, you, there's nothing else you can get, you know, when you have a 5-to-1 ratio, student to teacher ratio. You know, it's, and you know, where the, you know, the student to teacher ratio I was brought up in was 28 to 32, you know, to 1. And you can't, you know, you just can't one-on-one with, you know, a student when you have a class that big. Yeah, it was pretty really neat to, you know, go to the parent teacher conferences and talk to the teachers, at least most of the time. And, you know, get the feedback from the teacher. Because they did, you know, they became close to the kids. You know, it was, you know, there what else can you do but become that close to your kids? You know, one teacher I'm thinking of in particular, you know, she loved the heck out of my son. She used to talk to us about him, you know, and how him and her, you know, were, she loved him so much, like a, you know, like a son of hers. And that's the way she felt about, you know, the 3 boys and the 2 girls, you know, that were in her class. Isn't that something? 3 boys and 2 girls in school, in your classroom, when you go to class every day. I mean, where do you get that? Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah. And, oh, I was saying, I wasn't, you know, I didn't have the opportunity. I didn't even know. Mom and Dad, if they knew, they, you know, anyways, you know, we were never introduced to that and that opportunity. So what fed me was total contrary to what fed my son. Education wise, you know, the subject matter, math is math, etc. Spelling is spelling. But the environment that he grew up in, was totally different. What was tolerated at my school had no place in my son's school. And so my mind is filled with that was tolerated. And you fill in the blank. Everything that goes along with that. And yet I was brought up thinking that was the norm. As my brother said to me before, isn't that life, Gary? The way we were raised, isn't that life? He's talking to me. And this was after, I got exposed to the Word of God, and I'm looking at him saying, bro, that's what I thought too. Wasn't that life? Isn't that life? It's like past and present, he's asking. Isn't that the way everybody grew up? And I'm like, no. Even back in our day, there were kids that had the opportunity to be brought up in a creation worldview, around the creation worldview, around teachers that taught based on a creation worldview, which is a foreign language to my brother, and was to me at one point. And then when I got married the second time and had my son, we started him in education, in a creation worldview educational program when he was 4, through the Reformers Unanimous program. And that was the beginning that was like preschool for him, was the Reformers Unanimous program. Because they have a kids program, and they have a teen program, and they have an adult program. At least they did in San Diego. And then when he got into elementary school, he continued in a creation worldview education program, in a Christian private school. And till he was in 12th grade. All through his primary and middle school education, high school education. And so now what is in his brain is in mine as well, but I've got another chapter from the past that still influences the way I think and my decision making and where my mind goes. Here's the point I'm trying to get across is my mind goes to a different spot when it comes to certain ways of thinking, certain subject matters. And I think that's the way every 19-year-old boy in particular, I think that's where his mind goes as well. And I realized it's like, I got to say time out sometimes and go, gosh, he doesn't even know the crap that I know. His mind doesn't even go there. And I forget that he hasn't even had that exposure. And sometimes it puts me in tears, and I got to walk away and realize I can't even relate to my son. Or I have difficulty because my mind goes other places And he literally is like got a big question mark in his head as far as like, you know, I would almost imagine he's saying, doesn't your mind go there where mine goes, Dad? Where in reality, mine goes to a place that he knows nothing about. And praise God, he doesn't know the crap that I know. The experiences that I have in my past. Now, what do you mean your science class taught evolution in such a different way? Oh, that's right. What do you mean in a different way? Or, okay, yeah, correct. It's kind of hard to figure out what context you're saying. They encouraged us to be skeptical of the evidence and make up our own minds. So you're saying you went to public school? Or you're talking about your science class in Christian school? I'm not quite sure. You have to clarify. Are you saying our science class taught evolution in such a different way than? Oh, okay. I went to public school until 6th grade. And then after 6th grade, I was going to say, what type of science class did you, or were they teaching in kindergarten through 5th? I wouldn't think you would really be learning about science. Yeah. After 6th grade, you went to private school. Well, anyways, I'm still kind of confused as to, so your science class in grades 1 through 6 taught evolution in such a different way than 7th through 12th? Right, 6th grade taught evolution. Tasha. Hey, Tasha, welcome back. Farting? Nobody's farting, Tasha. Ah, okay. Anyhow, I was all be dang. Yep. Well, that's cool. Frank. Hey, Frank. Been a while. Mr. Frank. Now, here, it's been a while since I've seen you, Frank. Aren't you the Frank, the Coast Guard? The Coast Guard, Frank? Or am I confusing you with? Well, welcome back. Yeah, there you go. Now wait, what? Frank USCG in the house. Oh, okay, that's a house. It's like I had to zoom in on that. Yeah, I was talking about you in a peripheral way, indirect way. I was talking about how many uh, branches of the military, people that were in different branches of the military that came into chat, and I mentioned you. So there's even a United States Coast Guard. I haven't seen him in a while, I think I said to the rest of the people. Yeah, we've had a few additions to the panel lately. One in particular just came in this Wednesday, and he's got quite a resume, and I'm excited to talk to him more about what he does. He's involved in the Center for Disease Control and opioid addictions and solutions and programs to help those addicted to opioids. So it was pretty cool. No, it's okay. You're doing fine. Actually, I prefer. No, actually, I'm not that confused. It's just a matter of you. It's just and actually, it would be a disservice, I think, to rely on, these different methods of improving your writing and letting them do it, because I think it takes away from your ability to think for yourself, and figure out, okay, using correct grammar, instead of letting an app, do it for you, and being able to communicate using text. It's hard. Text isn't easy. I met for example, I met a deaf lady in my search for a partner after I got divorced after my first marriage. So, I was out on the prowl looking, for someone to be with. I knew I didn't want to be single. And so I met a deaf lady in chat on a chat room. And they've been used, I'm going to say, they introduced chat to the internet because they've been using it before the World Wide Web even existed. They were chatting to each other on their TDY machines, because that's how they communicated one way of communicating with each other when they're not in front of each other and they can see each other. And then they had an operator at the other end of the phone call who was looking at their text, and they would verbally say it to a hearing person at the other end. And so that's how a deaf person could communicate with a hearing person. And I was actually a recipient of her messages. And she would call me, and I would have a telephone operator, talking to me, relaying her text messages to me. And so they're just typing away. They were chatting away the whole time, before it was a big thing on the internet. And so then they brought that, which they already knew, into a chat room on the World Wide Web. And they had their own deaf chat rooms. So they're doing what they knew to do all along. And so I go into this chat room when it became a big thing in 1996, 97. And here I am, a hearing person, which didn't make a difference in chat because you're just using text. And I actually started learning chat etiquette from the deaf community. And this one lady in particular started teaching me, a more efficient way and more correct way to chat with one another so that the other person wasn't confused and could better understand you. And the biggest thing was using proper grammar and punctuation, when chatting with. And there were certain little nuances that the chat community uses to let the other person know that they were done with what they were writing, and using ... when there was more to be said to signify that you're not done yet with your messages. But the biggest thing was to, instead of writing longer messages such as this one, you shorten your responses to that length. And then whenever you want to continue, you put ... at the end of your sentence or your statement. And then you constantly use shorter responses and fill the chat room up with shorter messages. And that the reason why they do that is to keep the receiver, the person reading your messages, still to keep them from waiting, because it takes longer to write messages that long. So that makes the person receiving your message wondering, are you still there? And sometimes the recipient has to write that, are you still there? But if you keep them short and keep the messages scrolling on a consistent time basis, it keeps the person engaged, and they don't have to wait. So yeah, I learned this back in 96, 97. I never knew that, and I would write books. I'd fill up, sit there and keep writing until I was done with everything that was in my mind. Meanwhile, the person's waiting 5 minutes for you to finish, and all of a sudden you flood the room with this giant message. So I learned that early on. And then I met her, and she was completely deaf, couldn't hear. And she always would turn my head. She'd grab my face and she'd turn my chin so that when I was speaking at her, because she read lips, and she did it very well. So it's just as if she could hear. I could have a normal conversation with her like I'm doing now. As long as she was looking at my face, she could understand everything I said. And then she would speak to me in this pressured speech where she really couldn't hear what she was saying, but through practice, she was able to do that. And it was really interesting to date a deaf woman. So anyways, yeah, that's when I learned, that's why I get so perturbed when I go into Facebook, and I watch the inability to have a communication with each other because of lack of punctuation and grammar. So that would be my recommendation, is just write what you know, what you've learned, and continue communicating that way. Don't rely on AI and other tools. Yeah, I know. And unfortunately, I only know my alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, right? F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Is that P? P, Q, R, S, similar to A, but cross your thumb. S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. So, and my son though, his nephew, my wife's sister's brother's son, he's hard of hearing, and he's born that way, and he's got hearing aids. And my son, because he's a good friend of his, has learned through his cousin some basic ASL. So it's pretty cool. Puts a smile on my face that my son knows even more than I do. He not only knows his alphabet, but he knows some of the basic, signs with his cousin. So yeah, it is. It's like learning a foreign language. Pretty cool. And in my emergency medical career, inevitably I run on a hard of hearing family or a deaf family who's having a quote emergency unquote. And I've ran on quite actually a number of deaf families, and they can usually hear a little bit and or be able to communicate verbally, with that pressured speech. Or if worse come to worse, in one instance, we were writing on paper and they were writing to me. So they already know that drill, because they've lived it and they know how to communicate with, hearing people. So it's nice that actually when I walked into the house, and I was like, gosh, I don't know the symbols and the hand symbols to communicate, but at least I knew my alphabet and I would figure out how to spell a few of the words. So it was, yeah, it is. It's like a foreign language. It's really helpful when you can at least communicate a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Which may put my grandmother in a coma instead of explaining why clear writing matters. That's right. Says I enjoy cooking my pets and my family. Ah. Girl in the Mirror. Yeah. No, Girl in the Mirror is in the Philippines. Not to speak for her. I'm sure she can speak for herself, but she is part of the Filipino live stream community that I think I told you before, Frank, is the catalyst for why I even do what I do now. My wife introduced me in a indirect way to the Filipino live stream community, and then I got involved, and the rest is history. That was like 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah. Are you using it now, Bacon? Because you said it twice. Oh, what? Oh, and knowing is half the battle. Cheap GI Joe joke. Now you know why. You just alluded to something I may have mentioned before, if you remember, Frank. That statement right there, cheap GI Joe joke. That is why the Philippines call foreigners Joe in general. Is because it's the way they addressed the soldiers back in World War II, based on G.I. Joe. So if you ever go to the Philippines as a white guy or as a foreigner, which you're going to look like a foreigner, they're going to call you Joe. Hey, Joe! Just a general term to refer to a foreigner. Oh, I see. I understand now. Oh, I got you. I see. I see what you said. Yeah. On your clipboard, you mean? It saved it on your clipboard? Oh, you've been there? Oh my gosh, surprised. That was one of the, I told you, or I've told the audience the story. Hey, Aiden, long time. I was actually listening to your latest, I don't know if it was your latest piece where you were playing and singing. No, if you've been to the Philippines, they for a long enough period of time, a couple of days, you can't help but have somebody call you Joe, especially if you're on a motorcycle where you can be on a tricycle. They call them over there. The Navy Cara? What is that? Oh, Carrot patrols. No. Karat patrols? No. I'm not, Kawi. This is the, I'm on an Xbox doing the live stream. So I'm using the controller to navigate throughout the screen. Yes, I did, Aiden. I think that it was your latest. Your short popped up on my recommendations, so I clicked on it and listened to it. I knew you were going to ask me that, and I don't remember. I think it was about a girl, right? Wait. Something about. Do you remember me? Or no. There, I'm struggling, but it was. I think it was about a girl or a relationship. Or maybe it wasn't a short then, Aiden. Yeah, on your channel. Well, then it wasn't a short. It must have been a regular length. Yeah, Kawi, I'm don't have access to the laptop, so I just go to the smart TV and go to the browser and then open it up and open up StreamYard and then use StreamYard. I'm using StreamYard as the platform. It's antiquated compared to a computer that has a hard drive, but the Xbox does drive this pretty well. It has its many limitations compared to a laptop, but it enables you to use this third-party platform to go on YouTube and broadcast live stream. Oh, cooperative afloat readiness and training. Asian countries got to go on board. One on board U.S. Coast Guard Sherman in 2005. Oh wow, that was right after I got back from Iraq. Oh, just before the tsunami. Dang, imagine that. The one that hit Japan. I mean, not Japan. That was 11. Or the one that hit Pattaya Beach in Thailand, and the one from Indonesia, correct? Yeah. The tsunami of Indonesia that hit the southern Thailand and the resort beaches. Yep. No, it was video, Aiden. You were playing your guitar and singing. Let me see if I can. Give me 1 second.
Sorry, man.
Oh, you know what, Aiden? Maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, forgive me. There's another young kid. I'm looking at your picture here, and it's different. Different guy. Isn't that funny? There's a young kid that comes in here from Alabama. I believe it's in Alabama. And he plays and sings. But it's not you. He's younger. So it's not Aiden. What's his name? Yeah, that's why you're confused as to, wait a minute, which video are you talking about? Yeah, forgive me. Different guy. I don't remember. Younger kid, blonde headed. Um, yeah, I'd have to look at all my subscribers, and I was doing that, scrolling through them, trying to figure out who it was. Does he have a banjo on his knee? What's his name? Anyhow, yeah, sorry about that. Settle down, guys. Settle down. Jeez. Oh, wait a minute. It's a little too late for her to be mine. Hold on a second, Aiden. No, wait a minute. Aiden. Wait. Why am I confused? You're a young kid. Why am I getting two different guys? There's another guy with a full beard and a mustache. And then there's you on the couch, and you look like you're no older than 20 years old. Who's this guy? Oh, that's a user 9307. Okay. I'm confused. It's populating. It's you, Aiden. Sorry. Yeah, it might have been what you just said. It's a little too late for her to be mine. Yes, I believe it was. How recent was that one? There it is, right there. It's a little too late for her to be mine. It may not have been that, because I don't remember seeing that. I'm listening to New Girl. Anyhow, yeah, I think I did. You said your notes was carried over to a previous conversation. Is that what you were referring to? Kuya Joey, yeah, you're the same Aiden. No, I haven't. How about yourself? He hasn't popped in a long time. New Girl. No, it's the name of a song, Frank. New Girl. Oh, I gotcha. You lost Kuya Joey's. What happened to this? Kind of lost. What are you talking about, Aiden? On what platform? On this or another? Hey, everybody, in the room right now. If you could, if you would, you could give Aiden a few subscribers. Is go to Aiden's website. Just click the three dots. Well, if you're not a moderator, just type in Aiden Walston in the YouTube search, and you'll see his guitar profile and his channel. If you want to go there and give him a few subscribers, that would help him. Yeah, click on the subscribe and the thumbs up form and leave a comment on one of his videos. That would help him out. He's trying to grow his YouTube channel. You're welcome, Aiden. Yeah, it looks like I just was there. Aiden has, let's see here. 594. You're right, Aiden. Yeah, it looks like I have, I gave you a thumbs up on that song, so it must have been that one. Matter of fact, I just commented on that video. It's too late for her to be mine. A little too late for her to be mine. I don't know if you can hear it in my mic, but I'm listening to it right now. Says, if only you would be the one who will play Drop Kick Me, Jesus, through the goalpost of life. Is that a real song, or did you just make that up, Frank? Oh, hey, a little recent development. I went ahead and subscribed to the Journal of Creation. I think I mentioned in the past, instead of the Creation magazine that I subscribe to, on a quarterly basis every 3 months, the Journal of Creation is only digital, and it comes out once every 4 months, so you only get 3 issues per year. And I decided to try 1 year subscription for like $23. And I'm going to see how often I find myself on the internet, reading their journals. It's more geared for the professional, technical writing. But yeah, I haven't in the years that I've been receiving this Creation magazine. And if I decided, 1 year for $23, I could read, I'll see that at the end of the year, whether or not it's something that I want to continue to subscribe to. And if it is, maybe I can stop the subscription to Creation magazine and just continue getting the Journal of Creation. Learn the science through a little more technical writing. Matter of fact, I think I might do that. Is go ahead and just go back to the website and just put the subscription on hold, put the Creation magazine subscription on hold while I get this Journal of Creation. It's all related. CMI, Creation Ministries International, or Creation Research. Ken Ham is part of that. I don't know if he resides here in the U.S. now, but he's from Australia. And that's where the Creation Ministry started back in 1978. And the Creation magazine originally started in Australia. And now they've got what do you call it? They've got offices now in not only Australia, but Canada, New Zealand, Singapore, South Africa, UK and Europe, USA, and other countries. creation.com. But yes, the Ark Encounter in Kentucky is part of that ministry. Matter of fact, my wife and I and son went to Kentucky, took a vacation to her cousin in Illinois, her uncle in Illinois, and then we continued down into Kentucky and then headed back east to New Jersey and incorporated some things in between as part of a vacation. Oh, you did? Yeah, it's unreal. Hey, Frank, I'm talking about it right now. It was crazy. So you've been there. Yep. Could you scroll up and read my previous message? I don't want to spam you. No, you're doing okay. I'm trying to. Oh, you're looking at your. Let me look at your profile picture real quick. Oh, there you go. That's you on your couch playing one of your songs. That's cool. Yeah, I like that, actually. Okay, I'm back. That's my Xbox going on the blink again. So, got to bear through the hardships of the Xbox. Are your messages showing up? Yes, they are. Hey, Doc, did you read what I said about my notes app on my phone? I want to share some Hebrew with you. Oh. What song? Let's see here. Sorry. No, I don't see any of those posts. Hold on a second. No, I'm on live chat. For some reason, your post didn't show up, Bacon. I come home from Alabama. You were making comments about, oh, Susanna, and joking about that. But after that, I also have school notes and jokes I come up with. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, you have thousands of notes on your phone. For example, I have all my favorite Bible verses saved in both King James and Greek. School notes and jokes I come up with. Anyhow. Chief on deck. Wait, what the heck? The Dusty Rose Band. No. I didn't see any Hebrew, though. Was that this one here? Hallelujah? Got you. To praise, celebrate Yahweh. Gotcha. This one. Yeah. Hey, Crystal, Bacon, Aiden, Bacon. I already said that. Frank, Ken Ham. Yeah, Ken Ham's the Aussie that is part of that ministry. Aiden, you're talking about the photo that's right here next to your name? Is that a PF picture? What's a PF picture? Yeah, I did. It's nice. I actually prefer that than your guitar. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. It's like a vertical profile picture in a black background, and it's a black and white photo as well. So that looks like an album cover or something. I like that. TOO, right, Aiden? Me too. Desert Rose Band. Yeah, his picture is better than yours, Bacon. Well, not to say yours isn't unique, Bacon. I'll give that to you. Put some photo in the middle of it, or with leaving some of that green background around it. Yeah, that's good. Well, actually, I didn't notice that it was looked like sketched by hand. It just looks like a. Well, again, I'm on a giant 60-inch TV, and I'm able to zoom in on it. Oh yeah, I can see that. It's kind of like looks like it's sketched with a pencil, like a sketchel pence, a pencil sketch. Did you hear that? A sketchel pench. I'm laughing at my own joke. It's a sketchel pence. It's a sketchel pencer instead of a pencil sketch. Wait, no, a sketchel pence. Ah, a pencil sketch picture, a sketchel pench, a sketchel pencher. Okay, we were talking about proper grammar and punctuation. So I'm going to read Crystal's post with the proper punctuation. Yes, Frank, comma, my mom had a picture of the guy, comma, mind you, comma, it was a popular hairstyle back in the 70s, period. Yes, Frank, comma, my mom had a picture of the guy, comma, mind you, comma, it was a popular hairstyle back in the 70s, period. Yeah, who hasn't heard of Grammarly, Bacon? I want to tweet her look like a microphone cover. Hey, speaking of, true story, back in the 70s, I think I told this story before. maybe you heard about it, Frank, already. As a family, we took like 2 cross-country vacations from San Diego back to Rochester, New York, because we lived in Rochester for 4 years. My dad was working for General Dynamics, and he moved the whole family from San Diego back to Rochester. So, on the, let's see, in 1973, somewhere around there, we took our first vacation back to Rochester after moving back in 1970. So in 1973, and then I believe in 1976, or it was 72 and 75, it seems like every 3 years, my dad drove across the United States in our wagon, station wagon, with the 4 kids in the back. And we made a return back to Rochester in 73 and then again in 76. I believe it was 1976. So I must have been, let me get, that's about right. Yep. Gosh, isn't that something? The numbers even come or fit. In 1976, I was 14 years old, and I was in 8th grade, 9th grade. It was either 8th grade or 9th grade. Maybe it was the summer after 8th grade. Wow. Gosh, I can't believe I'm recalling this. We, on our vacation, yes, because, wow, it was, because we wouldn't have been going on vacation during the school year. It was always during the summer after school. So somewhere between June and August, we were on vacation. And we went back to Rochester. Well, on the way back, we would, let me turn the music down a bit. Just a little bit more. I got to turn the music down. Stand by. It's already low, but I need to put it a little bit lower. There we go. So on the way back, you know, we always stopped in Las Vegas, and we would do the circus, and the kids would, you know, they had a kids section. They probably still do. I don't know if they still do. And then, you know, we stay in a hotel, and then keep going across Utah and that route. Actually, we went up through Utah up to the Highway 70, which goes across the northern part of the United States, do South Dakota, North Dakota. Sometimes we'd stop at Old Faithful and Rapid City, North Dakota, or South Dakota, and then on across Wyoming, down into Missouri, see my relatives in Brussels, Illinois, across the Mississippi, and then Illinois, that's when we do Indiana, and then on across, eventually into Ohio, and eventually into New York. Well, as we went through Ohio, I needed my haircut. We had a grandpa in Columbus, and so we'd stop in Columbus. And while we were there, I needed a haircut, so I went to a salon. My mom took me to a salon instead of a barber, and I sat down in the chair, and you know, mom's at my side. I'm 14, and we were looking through a book and trying to figure out, you know, if there was any different hairstyle that I might be interested in. And then the stylist or the lady was suggesting, you know, the in thing right now is the layered, you know, look. And so she was trying to show me, you know, examples, and I was, you know, as a teenager, you're so, you know, very self-conscious about, you know, the way you look, and so I decided on. They convinced me to try this layered haircut, and I had longer hair. It's probably down to my shoulders, and I wore it behind my ears with a baseball cap, you know, and I was in, let's see, I wasn't in Little League Baseball anymore at that age. And so they left it somewhat long below my ear, but she layered, my hair. So it all came back in a wave. I don't know if I showed you on my senior picture on the wall of what that layered look turned out to be. And I wasn't like real convinced that it was something that I liked, but it was different, and I was, concerned about the way the girls were going to look at me and all that. Well, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that I started a fad at my junior high school. And I remember being conscious about it when I went back to school, that September in 9th grade. And, I saw everybody looking at me, and I didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing, if I was getting attention or if I was being made fun of, it was that whole self-conscious, And next thing I know, I started seeing that cut like in other people and other guys and girls. The girls started getting their hairs layered back like that. And so if I'm not mistaken, I actually started something, and this style that I got in Ohio came to the West Coast, and it was because of me. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but isn't that something? And so I ended up wearing my hair that way as a senior, and actually all the way up until I was a senior in high school. Yeah, and I got my senior picture taken with that hairstyle. And then when I graduated high school, I was in a motor vehicle accident, and I think I shared that story as well, where because of that motor vehicle accident and the injury that I received on the left side of my face, I broke my orbit and I got stitches way up high in my hairline. And because of that, they had to shave my head, like give me that close, high and tight look on the left side of my head. But the hospital didn't balance my head out and do it to the right side of my head. So I had all these stitches, stitches up in my hairline and my whole side of my head shaved. So I ended up going to a barber, and having it balanced out. And after that, I realized, whoa, that's a pretty nice kind of haircut. And to this very day, now I'm 62, I still wear my hair this way. So it was because of that motor vehicle accident that I got my hair cut short when I was 19 years old, and the rest is history. And then who would have known that I was going to join the military at 37 years old, and I already pretty much had the haircut that they gave me. But actually I got it shaved even closer, a little higher when I got in the military. But it was nothing that I wasn't already used to. Yeah, the trendsetter. I'm serious. I remember I got it in Columbus, Ohio. And it was so different, I was like combing my hair back, this big wave look all the way down to the bottom earlobe. It was covering my whole ear. I'll show you here. I'll come on chat with my cell phone like let's see, did I post it? No, it looks like I didn't. Yes, I did, Bacon. The cutoff age for the Navy today is 43. I met a recruiter, speaking of, while getting my haircut at Great Cuts down the road. I'm sorry, this way. Wait, no, it's that way. And when I was waiting, I was in the chair getting my haircut. There was a guy getting his haircut next to me, and he looked like he was in the military. And I asked him, I said, military by any chance? And he's actually, no, he was in his uniform. So I knew he was part of the Army Reserve station here, the F-16 unit out of the airport. And he was a recruiter. And I was talking about the age I joined the military. And I said, the cutoff age then was 37 when I joined. And eventually it got increased 5 years to 42. And he looked at me and he goes, it's 43 now. And I said, really? He said, yep. He says, I'm a recruiter. And I went, I'll be dang. So they even upped it one more year. He goes, yep. So it's 43. You can join the military as a civilian up until you're 43. You can do 20 years and retire at 63. And it's a reserve contract. So you only do 1 weekend per month. Yep. And you do 2 weeks out of the year. So for those of you that aren't 43 yet, in the Navy, can swim the 7 seas, or is it YMCA? What did I do before the military? Well, I was a civilian paramedic, and I brought my paramedic license into the recruiter's trailer, and they brought me in as a third-class petty officer, HM3, and then eventually I got my second class. I tested and got my second class, and that's as far as I went. And I got out in 2007. That was my 8-year reserve contract, 1999 to 2007. I was 37 when I joined. I was 45 when I got out after my one tour to Iraq at 42 years old, actually. Yeah. Hoorah, Aiden. Praise God for the military. It was a good experience. It was a good eye-opening 8 years. And I literally ended my tour, my service in Iraq. Iraq took me to 2005, but my contract ended in 2007. But oh, do they really? I didn't know that. They actually live in Alberta. Were they originally from Canada? Is that where they originated? They were a Canadian phenom group. 1999, Aiden, till 2007. My 8-year contract. Yeah. Oh, let me join the chat. I mean, my own live stream with my phone, and then I'll take the phone over to my senior picture. I'll show you my senior picture. So I'll be on camera 2 ways. I'll be on camera on this camera, and then I'll be on camera with my phone. Hold on a second. Correct, Aiden. Stand by. So here's the drill here. That link there that I just posted is clickable. So I click on that, and then I click over here. Oh, wait a minute. No, I can't. What the heck? I just did it a moment ago. Oh. I can't join via that way. Wait. Yes, I can. What the heck? Why can't I click on it? I just clicked on it before. Hold on. The message is pinned. Oh, that's weird. Why can't I click on it? Hold on. I just did this. What the heck? How long have I been on live stream and chat? And I just was on my own channel. What the heck? Oh, you know what it was? I started the live stream. That's what I have to do. I have to actually initiate live StreamYard here on my phone, and then I can join with my then I can join with the Xbox or my TV, and I'll have both of us up on stage. But it's okay. There's still another way here. Watch this. I'm going to go to StreamYard on the phone through my account and log in. So I'll be like logged in twice, once with the Xbox and the other with the phone. And then I'll be able to join my channel that way. I have to make sure I'm mute on. Hold on, before I do that. I can't have two mics open on two different devices or I'll have a bad echo. So I'm going to join this live. Hold on, I'll pop up on the TV here in a second. There we go. Enter the studio. There I go.
Accept myself. Ooh, there I am right there. Okay. Mute. I got to mute that mic. Now I'm on the phone. Okay. There we go. Let me turn it horizontal. There. Now you can see me twice. So I'm mute above, but I'm not mute down below. Okay. Now I can take the phone and I can travel. Stand by. I'm going to take off this mic. Okay. Alrighty. Let me take you over to the senior pit. Turn the mic, the camera. Stand by. And there we go. Now you can see the house. I'll show you my senior picture. You guys ready? Okay, who's that guy? Who's that? Ladies, gentlemen, who's that handsome little baby? Nope. Come on. You recognize the eyes, the mouth? Johnny Carson. Okay, ready? The hair, guys, the hair. Come on, let me hear the comments. You second what Frank said. The 70s show. That was my graduation. I graduated 1980. Over in the Philippines. Right there. 2002. Gosh, so hard to center when you're. That wedding would have cost probably over $20,000 in the US. It cost like $5 over in the Philippines. Yep, let's see. And that's my son, the 19-year-old. That was his high school graduation. And that is my daughter. And that's my 19-year-old when he was, what, 5? Something like that. And that was us when he was little. He's 19 now. Kind of hard to line that up. But... And that's my eldest son. He's 40 years old now. And that's my 19-year-old. That's my 40-year-old. But he's only, what, 24 in this picture, I think. Or no, 28. And he's 4. Something like that. He would have been 26, sorry. 26 and 4 years old. Something like that. Yep. So there you go again. Memory lane. That's my wife when she was little. And then she was actually a bridesmaid in this picture in somebody else's wedding before I met her. And then when we got married, and then back down the high school, and then when I was little. So there you go. Okay. He hates that. I had to sneak him in there. He just gave me the look. I think he's going to throw something at me. Oh, look at, you can see me using the phone for the camera. Reverse that or get it back to the forward facing. She is 36, Bacon. She's got 2 of my grandkids. She's living in Florida now. Dang it, I just turned it around and it didn't work. There we go. Finally, got it back. Okay. So a little different format there to my live stream. Actually, I'm gonna leave this session here. Hold on. Okay. So I can open up the phone for. Wait a minute. There we go. I'm back. Thank you, though, Frank. You had to remind me that because, yeah, headset. Thank you. Got it. I have to remember those things. That's right. I closed the audio on the phone. Uh-oh. There we go. I'm back. There we go. We got it back. Thank you, Frank. Too many moving parts. Okay.
No, Bacon. I met her here in the States. She was already, she arrived in the United States in 1995, and she was a nurse. They have a liaison program, hiring program. They've had it for, gosh, you can actually Google it or Wikipedia it about the nurses in the Philippines and how long ago that started, where the United States started a program, hiring program with an agency or agencies, U.S. agency and a Philippine agency, where they take their graduating nurses from their bachelor's programs, their BSN programs in the Philippines, and then they arrange a direct job placement here in the United States. And they are that was part of the program. The part of the program my wife was in 1995, and they placed her in. I think she began in Tennessee at a nursing home, and then eventually I think she worked in Texas, and then her aunt here in New Jersey said, why don't you come to New Jersey and work for the system here? So they all, I say all, meaning herself and her two sisters and her brother, actually her three sisters, came to this part of the United States. Two of them specifically here in New Jersey. Her brother from Illinois, actually her brother in the Philippines, eventually came with his wife and his family to the United States, but he wasn't a nurse. But his wife was. So his wife was part of that program, and she eventually came to America via her family, who was already immigrated to the United States in California. And because they can bring their immediate family, either their parents can bring their children and or their children can bring their parents from the Philippines into the United States. That's how her brother ended up coming to America, was through his wife's family. So the brother eventually moved from California and his wife and children to New Jersey. So the whole family lives here in New Jersey. I'm in San Diego at the time, and I'm in a chat room looking because I was in the middle of, or recently divorced. And so I was looking for another, to be married again. I didn't want to be alone. And so I eventually found my wife, and then she was already here in New Jersey. And so we started liaisoning, the long distance relationship. And then she flew me to Philadelphia and wined and dined me in New York. And next thing, the rest is history. I went back to California and had to make a decision, is this the one I'm going to marry and start a family again? Because I had to consider single girl, never been married, no children, and I'm a divorced man with children. And so am I going to do this again? Am I going to become a daddy again to a woman that has never, had any children? And my initial plan was to meet a lady that already had children so that I didn't have to do this again, And I actually met a lady from Philadelphia and flew out to see her. And when I went back to California, decided, no offense to her, but I decided, nope, that's not the one. And then I met my wife, and she was single, never had any children, never been married before. So I made the decision to do it one more time, have one more child. And yeah, so I went back to California after meeting my wife and made the decision to propose to her. And so I flew her out to California. When she arrived at LAX, and we already had a job interview. Actually, she had 2 job interviews lined up. I helped her with that as a nurse in the Bakersfield, California area is where I was residing. Actually, I was up in Tehachapi, California, up in the mountains at 4,200 feet in a beautiful, I call it God's country up there. It's really pretty. All the seasons. Matter of fact, the name of the town is on the plaque as you enter Tehachapi is Land of 4 Seasons. And it does. It has, spring, summer, winter, and fall. And, a snow during a short snow season up there. So yeah, I flew her out to California and she lived with me up in Tehachapi for a couple months or a year or so. And then we moved down into Bakersfield. I was working as a paramedic up in Delano, small old oil town of Delano, California, off of Interstate 99, about 30 miles north of Bakersfield. And I was working as a paramedic up there at a private ambulance company. And then that was when I joined the Navy Reserves, or was I already in the reserves? Yeah, I was already in the reserves, driving to Oxnard, California to attend my weekend drill once every month at Point Magoo in Oxnard, California. LAX, sorry, that's the airport. Los Angeles International is what that stands for, Aiden. Aiden, sorry. I'm as you can see, busy with the gift of gab. Oh, Bacon, can you explain the reserve contract again? How did that work when you were deployed in Iraq? Okay, that's a good question. Forgive me here for playing catch up on your comments here. Yes, it is. Oh my gosh. How did you know that, Frank? I got a call. I'll tell you about that. Yes. But he died up on Interstate 5, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is 99 where he died. But I ran on a similar call, and James Dean, we were talking about that. We were talking about that on the call. We were like, oh my gosh, this is like a James Dean flashback. Because I'll tell you about the call. Radical. But anyways, you got a few questions here I'm playing catch up on. That's a Google, it is a Google Pixel phone. I mean, it's a, yes, it is. Aiden, it is a Google Pixel phone. I don't like it. We don't like, I think Google, it was like a nice try to enter the smartphone arena, but I don't know. I don't think their features are very user-friendly. So anyways, let me catch up here. Yeah, I know. Well, good drugs. No. Just running EMS calls. Okay, listen, let me go back here about my reserve contract, because that's a good question. And Bacon's at that age where, I mean, I told you guys, if you're 43 or younger, you can join the military reserves, Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines. You can bring your civilian experience into the military. Doesn't matter what it is. I'm telling you, you could be a secretary behind a desk as a civilian and bring that into the military. Or you can be a paramedic or an EMT, or you can be a doctor and bring as long as you're less than 43 years old, and bring your MD degree into the military. They'll make you an officer if you have a bachelor's or above. Let me tell you, this is what I learned, Bacon. So I learned about this program when I was, speaking of chasing ladies, I was in Louisiana chasing a girl, thinking, it was my first woman that I was considering to be my partner after my wife after I divorced. We won't go into detail about that 8 months in Louisiana. I've made reference to it before, but don't get me started. But because of her, she came home one day at my apartment I was staying in at the time, sharing roommates in an apartment, not sharing roommates, sharing with roommates. She came home with a brochure. I don't know where she got it from, but she put it down on my counter in my apartment, and she said it was for me. She found it, thought I'd be interested. And I open it up, and I'm like reading through this pamphlet going, APG program, advanced pay grade is what APG stood for. So I read it as, I kind of skimmed through it. And then I ended up in my suitcase that I was traveling with. And I ended up finding it, fast forward. I was back in California, and I was with my tail between my legs. We won't go into as because of my Louisiana experience. I was psychologically whooped. And I was at my mom's house staying. She gave me a roof over my head. I was 36 years old. And, I had to quit my job in Louisiana voluntarily. And I end up at my mom's house. She gives me a roof over my head until further notice. And I ended up at her house for a little too long, and she eventually kicked me in the rear and got me motivated to do something, because I was pretty not in a place I'd never been in my life. So here I was without a job, living at my mom's house and sleeping on the couch or sleeping in her spare bedroom. And I eventually got motivated and started submitting my resumes to continue work as a paramedic somewhere. And that's how I ended up in Delano. Wait, back up. Before I was accepted, before I got the job in Delano, I ended up finding that brochure in my suitcase. And so I'm like, I don't have a job, but wait a minute. Whatever happened to this APG program that this lady in Louisiana told me about? I think that's what prompted me to look for it. And I found it in my suitcase. So I looked at it, and it said, visit your nearest reserve center for more information. And so I thought, okay, well, where's the nearest reserve center? In San Diego. So let me read your comments here as you're going here. All right, Aiden. Good night, brother. Yeah, let me play catch up here. You want to be a nuke or a sonar and listen to whales all day? They got that. You can do that. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, I see you didn't mention U.S. Coast Guard. That's right. They're not officially a branch of the military, are they? Are they? Isn't that part of the national? What is that? Andrew, you can correct me. Okay, let me keep reading. So I'm going to keep swimming. I'm reading your comments so I can make sure I didn't miss something. Okay, so I I started looking. Well, that's what I just asked. What? Frank said. Coast Guard's definitely military. Anyways, so I started looking, where's the nearest reserve center where I was actually in Poway, California, where my mom was living. And so I found one in Lemon Grove. What was I doing in Lemon Grove? It seems like I was already there. What was I doing? Oh, I was going to church. No, that didn't start until after I moved there. What was I doing in Lemon Grove? Not sure. No, Poway's not a ghetto part. Poway's the other end of the spectrum. They're the higher end of the. That was a joke. Yeah. The exact opposite. They're the hootie tootie part of San Diego. It's kind of like Rancho Bernardo. Yeah. No, but anyhow, so whatever brought me down, because Lemon Grove actually is kind of the ghetto part of San Diego, if that's what you're referring to. We're getting in South Bay, South County, south part of San Diego County, closer to the border. The closer you get to the border, the income level starts to drop. So, but it's southeast county. And that's getting into the hills, the foothills of the topographical change in that part of California. You start getting closer to the mountain ranges as you go east. And so the mountains and canyons, first the canyons you start going down and down through the canyons from the coast. That's California. You got the coastline. All of a sudden, you start going through the coast. Then you hit a hill, and you go up the hill, and then you drop down into a canyon, and then you end up going up the other side of the canyon, up on another part, and it's called mesas. You start getting all these mesas: Serra Mesa, La Mesa, as I mentioned previously, and so on and so forth. And then after the mesa, you drop down the other side of the mesa, and you start going up into the more of the foothills. And after the foothills, you go up into the Laguna Mountains. And then after the mountains, on the other side of the mountains, you descend down into the deserts. And then you're in the desert. You end up in that part of California. And there's long stretch of desert until you hit Arizona. Now you're on the border of California and Arizona. And all the flats and the Salton Sea, and that's all in the California. So, oh wow, you lived off of what? When you say Telegraph, you mean Telegraph Canyon Road? I didn't know Telegraph Canyon Road went all the way out to Chula Vista. Yeah. What year was that? When you lived off Telegraph in Chula Vista? Chula Vista. You mean Chulawana. The nickname is Chulawana because you're getting close to Tijuana. And there's a lot of Hispanic the closer you get to Mexico, the more Hispanic population you travel through. So Chula Vista has a nickname, Chulawana. And National City, or connected to the side of Chula Vista, or actually it's before, is called Nasty City. So it's Nasty City, Chulawana. And what's after Chulawana? Chula Vista. Remember? Starts with a Y. And after that, Tijuana. Or Otay Mesa. And after Otay Mesa is the border. Yeah, that's why they call it Nasty City. Yep. Okay, so see ya, Aiden. Good night, bro. So anyways, back to La Mesa. For whatever reason, I was down in La Mesa, and I still say might have been attending church. I think I was. Yeah, because let me think. What year was that? 1999. No, I didn't know about Lighthouse Baptist Church yet. Okay, so again, so I'm down in La Mesa and at a reserve trailer, literally a trailer, in a supermarket parking lot. It seems like, and there was the Army on one side and the Navy on the other side, and I'm 36 years old. And I believe on the pamphlet it says, the cutoff age for the reserves at the time was 37 years old. So I'm like looking at my watch, looking at the calendar. It's June of 2000. Of 1999. And in August, I turned 37. Well, come to find out, I think you can be 37 all the way to the end of your 37th year, and still join. But I thought, you turn 37 and you can't join. So I'm in this reserve trailer, and I ended up, just to fast forward, I ended up signing an 8-year reserve contract for the United States Navy. I went into the Army recruiter first, and he did his spiel, tried to reel me in, and then I went over to the Navy side and eventually signed on the dotted line at a Denny's restaurant in Del Mar, California, because I was working up there part-time at the Del Mar Fair in the interim. With my paramedic license in my pocket, I'm working at the Del Mar Fair, driving patrons to the front gate on an electric cart. And I meet the recruiter at a Denny's to sign my name on the dotted line. And I came in as a third-class petty officer in the United States Navy because of my prior civilian experience as a paramedic. So to answer your question, that's how that works. You can get into the military with your civilian experience. I ended up signing an 8-year contract. So from 1999 until 2007. You are drilling one weekend per month, one Saturday, Sunday per month. If you're working a civilian job, they, by law, have to let you and reserve your employment while you are doing your reserve duty. So that Saturday, Sunday, you get off work from your civilian job, you go to your duty station wherever it was. Mine happened to be 2 hours south in Oxnard, California. I was, again, living at the time up in Tehachapi, California. Eventually, my wife came out during that time. I proposed to her, and we were both living together up in Tehachapi, and eventually moved down into Bakersfield a year or so after, just because I was attending school down in Bakersfield, starting at my bachelor's program, my BSN in nursing. But at the same time, I was taking off work one weekend per month and doing my reserve duty in Oxnard. When you're doing that, you're working in the military as a reservist. All right. Now, if you get deployed, which I got the phone call in 2004 to get deployed to Iraq. They took me as a reservist and put me with the United States Marines out of Houston, Texas, and I provided medical support with them for them over in the deserts of Iraq from August of, actually officially it started in June when I started my deployment, and then ended up in Iraq in August, and then 7 months later finished my deployment in April of 2005. So while I was deployed, Bacon, you told me, Lucas, while I was deployed, I was considered active duty, full-time military. So I went from part-time reserve duty to active duty. Okay? Because I'm full-time. I'm in the military for a prolonged duration. So I was active duty for about 1 year, about 10 months total, from beginning to end of my deployment. And then after I got home, I continued my reserve duty, 1 weekend per month, 2 weeks out of the year. That 2 weeks out of the year is just a 2-week continuous, they actually call it that 2-week deployment, I mean, that 2-week stint that you do as a reservist might be active duty. You know what it is? It's called TAD, temporary active duty. I remember that now. That 2-week stint is called TAD, or temporary active duty. It's just the technical description of length of time that you're working in the military. So anyways, that was one of the requirements as a reservist, was a 2-week continuous training somewhere in the world. Good that I mentioned it, because your unit either had, or I should say, the military either has a requirement for your unit. Like they need help, for example, in San Diego at Navy Balboa Hospital in San Diego. Maybe Navy, for example, Navy Hospital might need help. They have a requirement for, some help. And our unit might be called to fill that requirement, which they did at times. So when your 2 weeks come up throughout the year, your unit might say, hey, MacKay, we are required at Navy Balboa Hospital during your 2 weeks. And you're like, yes, ma'am. It happened to be a lady, officer, my commanding officer. So you have no choice. You're going to Navy Balboa San Diego, and you're going to do 2 weeks at the hospital. Okay? Otherwise, if there's no requirement like that to be met, you get to go wherever you want. So you literally go online and you start looking for a position worldwide. If there's a requirement in Spain or Italy or Asia, or maybe out on the aircraft carrier, out in the middle of the Pacific, been there, tried to apply for that. They will fly you to that aircraft carrier, and you get to do your 2 weeks on that aircraft carrier at the infirmary, as a medical support on the aircraft carrier. And after your 2 weeks are done, they fly you back to the States and you continue. No kidding. Before I got deployed to Iraq, I had already submitted my 2-week annual training in Ketchikan, Alaska. I was going to Ketchikan to provide medical support for a civilian/military joint operation. They were building a road. The CBs, speaking of CBs, the construction battalion, and other departments of the military were doing a joint effort with the civilian contractors, and they were helping them build bridges and roads to connect islands down in Ketchikan, Alaska. So wherever there's people, there's a need for medical support, i.e. me. I'm a Navy corpsman. So they had, what was it? It was like 4 positions open for Navy corpsmen up in Ketchikan, Alaska. And I'm like, cha-ching, man! I'm gonna go fishing. I'm gonna go salmon fishing up in Alaska. I was thinking about it. I was gonna bring a pole and everything. Well, unfortunately, I got the phone call while I was at work in Delano, California. While I was washing my ambulance with the brush, they had actually their own car wash. It was attached to the private ambulance company I was working for. And we would take our ambulances over to the car wash and we'd wash them in the morning. So around 8:30 in the morning, my flip phone, Verizon flip phone, I answer it, and it was my Naval Air Station, Oxnard, Point Magoo. And it was a young kid, lower ranked than I was, saying HM2 MacKay, HM3. Was I second class yet? I might have been second class because I got my second class before I went to Iraq. So he's like, HM2 MacKay, this is whatever his rank was. I forget the ranking system already. In Oxnard, Point Magoo. He said, "Are you on a secure line?" That's the first time I ever heard that. I only heard that in the movies. It's like, "Are you on a secure line?" I said, "Well, I'm on my cell phone." He says, "Can you get to a landline?" I said, "Sure." He said, "Well, here's my number, or the number's on your phone. Just call me back when you get on a landline." I said, and I realized my heart was like in my throat, and I thought, "Oh my gosh, this is the phone call that all my unit members were telling me about, or asking me, did you get the phone call? Did you get the phone call?" I learned what that meant. People were getting deployed after 9/11, and I thought, holy crap, crap's getting real quick. But that was in 2001, and I didn't get the phone call till 2004. So, I just was nervous as all heck. That whole wonderment of, what am I going to do when I get the phone call? And I got the phone call. And so I went over to my employer across the street to the building. It happened to be the communications center for the dispatch center, for dispatching ambulances. And the owner and her husband, the two owners, husband and wife, were over in that building. So I went over across the street, went into the building, and told her name's Patsy. I said, "Miss Patsy, I got my military unit calling me. They're asking me to get to a landline." She's like, "Oh, sure. You can use the room in the back." So I went in the back and closed the door and got a piece of pencil and paper out and made the phone call. And man, I'm getting nervous just talking about this. I can't believe it. And I talked to the same guy that called me, and he started giving me all the details. This is where you're going. Here's your point of contact. This is when you're leaving, which was 3 weeks. In 3 weeks, which was actually a long time from what the rumors, the scuttlebutt, the rumors that I was getting from the other unit members. Some guys were getting 3 days to get their sea bag packed, which I already had. They issue it to you. It's like in storage down in the basement. I had now to get that sea bag out, and they give you a checklist. I had all the checklist already. They get you, that's part of being in the military, is you're always preparing. The reason why you're doing what you're doing in the military is part of what they call readiness. Now, Frank knows these terms. The Coast Guard is modeled after the United States Navy. So they're one and the same. Even their ranking system is the same as the Navy. So what I'm saying, Frank knows very well. The whole reason for doing what you do in the military is to get you ready to deploy, whether it's peacetime or wartime. You're practicing your job, whatever it may be, on the ground, on a ship, in the air, whatever your job is, you're practicing in the event you get deployed. And they call that readiness. They're getting you ready. And I didn't realize all this till I joined the military. Oh, that's what that term means. Oh, that's what that is. Oh, that's the reason, the method to their madness. They're making sure you know your job well, and they want to get you home. Those two things. That's what the military is all about. Make sure you know your job well, and they want to get you home. That's what it is. That's what the whole military is about. No matter what your job is, they want to make sure you know it well. And believe me, the military are incredibly talented people. And they want to make sure you're safe and they get you home. And that's it. So that was what happened. And no, it's not the government's fault that they send you to a place, that you're in a conflict, that there's no reason for you to be there. No. We signed our name on that voluntarily to join the military. So if the general public wants to blame anybody, you need to blame your own service members. And God forbid you do that. That's why the military says support the troops. And when they get home, congratulate them, thank them, and praise God you got home okay. Because I put my name on that dotted line. So, if the government is not doing their job and they're sending, and they're choosing to go to a country, I signed up for that. I signed up for the politicians to make the wrong decisions or to make the right decisions. So if they tell me to go to the Middle East, guess what? I signed up for it. So I'm going to the Middle East. Yeah. I mean, you can point fingers at anybody. But literally, if you want to point fingers at, quote, sending our boys to a war that we have no business being in. No. I signed up for it. I signed up for the politicians that I put in office. You see? That's why we need to vote. I learned so much being in the military, that I didn't know, or that I had misconceptions of because I didn't know. And so praise God for the military. The military has got God's name written all over it. And if you don't know that, as my previous pastor used to say, get that man a Bible. Do your research on your own and find out why militaries exist. So anyhow, so I hope that answered your question about the reserves. You can bring your civilian. Oh, and then I come to find out that they've been doing that program in so many ways, not the same term APG program, but they've been bringing civilian experience into the military since World War II. Who knows? Maybe they were doing it in World War I. I don't know. But I was told since World War II. So there you go. I learned a bunch. Yeah, amen. Although, they do. That's why they have. I'm telling you, Bacon, you got to watch those links that I sent you. Man, it's good. Good stuff. It covers everything that we just went over, that I was just talking about, or that I led up to. He's a retired colonel in the United States Marine Corps. Christian. Retired chaplain. And he eventually developed his own whatever you call it. In the military. Yeah. I'm going to watch them. When will the next stream be? Monday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I just happened to come on tonight because, I was bored. So it seems to be a going trend here. Matter of fact, you know what? If you want, although I'm on I'm on the Xbox. I probably won't work. I think I shared them on live stream. I could share them on live stream right now. The first one, we could at least watch the first one. It's 18 minutes. I can try, but no guarantees it's going to work very well. You want me to try? I can try it. Frank, let me read them. I was kind of reading some of them here and there. We were around before the Navy, Doc. Check your history. Wait, did I say something that was contrary to that? You were around before George Washington? Ketchikan, Coast Guard is there. Yep. I think you've mentioned that before. I've actually seen some specials on the Coast Guard there in Alaska. Is a reservist and active is active. Doc, I respect you, but a reservist. Well, how do you know I wasn't active before I was a reservist? So what's your point there? You're a jokester as well, Frank. What is Adelinus in TJ? I don't know. No, I don't know. Adelinus. What is that? Is that a restaurant? Solana Beach. Yep. Is where your dad grew up. I think we had this conversation, Frank. We talked about the coastal. MEPS. I didn't have to go through MEPS, bro. They didn't have to send me to school. I don't even remember what MEPS is. I didn't have to go to school. Remember, I was already trained. So they just used my paramedic schooling. And all I had to do was do the BMR, the basic military requirements, and read that book and then take the test. And that was it. And then go to boot camp in New Orleans. Yeah, okay. I've scrolled back far enough where I played catch up here. Where was MEPS? Didn't have to go through MEPS. I don't know Adelinus. No, I just remember some restaurants. I don't even remember the names of them. I just went to some restaurants and a couple bars and a couple titty clubs. And that was then. And we won't go into detail. And that was in the 80s. I was working at General Dynamics. Actually, it was in the 80s, 90s when I was going with the guys down to TJ. Um, but were you weekend warrior brother? Yeah. Yeah, but that doesn't mean, a reservist doesn't know active duty. They could have been a active duty for 15 years before they went reserves. So what do you say about that? But in my case, no. That was the only active duty. I'm reading your comments here. Seaman. Oh, Gina. Gosh, Gina, see? That's what I get for not paying attention. Did you end your live stream, Gina? I don't even know if you're still in the room, but I saw you were live. And let's see here. Wait. You were around before we were around before the Navy. I'll have to read your answers to this. United States revenue cutters. Good old what? Mason Krupp, Alexander Hamilton. Yeah, I saw your above post, and now I'm gonna play catch up here, guys. I'm catching up now. Oh, you're gonna go to bed. Good night, Bacon. Sorry, I finally caught up here. Yeah, we did. What? No MEPS, military entrance placement? No. All right, Frank. Oh, true hero. I just saw you. Sorry. Random question, but how does someone become an airplane mechanic for the United States Air Force? Go in and apply. Voila. Go into a recruiter's trailer or office, wherever they are, and tell them, hey, I'm interested in becoming an aircraft mechanic. Go into the Air Force reserve. I mean, Air Force recruiter, not reserve, an Air Force recruiter office, and ask them about it. All right, Frank. Thanks again, bro. Finally seeing you again and again. Awesome. Yeah. Anybody else have any like suggestion? That was the first thing that came to mind. True hero is go to a recruiter station and just look them up on the online and find out where their one is near you and ask that same question. Do you have any mechanic background, True Hero, automobile or other? Because if you do, you might be able to. They might be able to recognize your skill set and bring you in different or at a higher rank or yeah, something like that. Yeah, exactly. Well, how old are you? And what's your background? I'm not being a recruiter, but I'm thinking of, what would they ask you? I would think they're gonna well, they're gonna look and see, are you older? Are you in your 20s or 30s or something? Or are you still a young, just out of high school or You're 16. Okay, still in high school. Yep. Awesome. Bro, that's what I would do if you're interested. I worked with you guys over in Iraq, the Motor Transportation Division for the Marine Corps. Now they're working on ground, motor transportation. But there's aircraft mechanics. That's a different job. They were back on Al Assad base. It's an air base, an Iraqi air base that they, took over during the Iraq conflict, and that's where all the airplanes and were. So they're aircraft mechanics. Yep. Telling you, it's a great. They'll pay for your school, bro. If you want to continue your education for free, this isn't just a selling point. But remember, here, I'm going to tell you guys, there's so many departments in the military. Not everybody that goes to war has a weapon is required to have a weapon in their hand and going out in the field, putting themselves in harm's way. Although even being a aircraft mechanic on a air base or on an airport during wartime, and it depends. It depends on the place and the situation. Are you in danger? I don't know. You might be, but you're probably safer being doing maintenance on an aircraft than you are out in the field doing, busting doors down, as a grunt on the ground. But you could be back in the United States, working at an airfield in support of, a conflict happening over on the other side of the world. There has to be people here in the United States that are, getting planes ready to fly over to or be shipped over to, the zone, wherever that it may be. So who's running that part of the operation? There's got to be guys on the ground. There's got to be pilots. There's got to be officers coordinating all this. So you may not end up on the other side of the world as an aircraft mechanic during wartime. It just depends on, it's kind of one of the luck of the draws, I guess, if you're in the military. But that would have been a good gig. When I was in Iraq, that would have been a cool gig to be on the Al Assad base. Believe you me, I got to visit the Al Assad base just once during my 7 months. I actually got to see Robin Williams perform at a theater while I was there just for 4 hours. I think I was there taking a Marine to get a checkup at a medical center, a little higher level of care, I guess you could call it. And while we were waiting, and we were waiting for our ride home back to the base I was at, the FOB. There, it's a huge base. They had a restaurant. They had not catering, formal guys from India with red towels over their arms, serving your food at the galley. It was actually a restaurant, because the base is huge. They actually had shuttle buses that went around the base because it was so big to get you from point A to point B. Were you in, was there a possibility that some idiot could launch a mortar, on the air base? Yes. But you were much safer being on that giant air base than you were outside of that, at the most heavily mortared and rocketed FOB in the theater where I was at, FOB Heat. So anyways, you get my gist. And most of the time, the military's not involved in a conflict, although today, in this day and age, they seem to be involved in something somewhere in the world. But it's it's a big community and there's always something going on somewhere, whether it's here in the United States or if it's a peacetime mission over to somewhere, and you might just be involved in that, getting aircraft, maintaining aircraft, in that capacity. So you want your schooling paid for? Join the military. You want to get a degree? Join the military for free. They'll pay for it. They'll give you housing and they'll put food in your stomach. I'm not being, I'm a civilian that went into the military at almost 40 years old. So I know what the civilian spoon that fed me was, the civilian world. And then I went into the military. But I learned, the military has a lot to offer. And it's paid for. You can get a degree, you can get your bachelor's in the military and never go into debt. It's paid for. You never see a bill. All you're seeing is a paycheck that gets automatically deposited into your bank. As a youngster, I learned it's a young man's game. It really is. The military, it can be a full career. You can join at 18 and you can retire. You can retire with a paycheck for the rest of your life by the time you're 38 years old, bro. Who, pray tell, gets to retire at 38 years old? Think about that. And what did it cost you out of your pocket? Nothing. It cost nothing. They pay for your retirement to retire. Everything in between. They pay for where you sleep. They pay for your food in your stomach. And they give you a retirement after 20 years. Do the math. You join at 18, you retire at 38. You join at 19, you retire at 39. You join at 20, you retire at 40. I just now collected my first retirement check at 62. Had I remained in the military at 37, do the math, I would have had a 20-year pension at 57. That was 5 years ago. Did I stay in the military? No, I didn't. Iraq scared me. And I said, thank you very much to the Navy. And I let my 8-year contract expire and I got out. Because my next stop was probably Afghanistan at 45 years old. And I decided, you know what? This is a young man's game. I was newly married, relatively, and expecting my third child. I'm pointing over at him right now. He's 19 now. And I realized, you know what? I need to go. So I let my contract expire. And I said, see ya. And now I realized, you know what? 5 years ago, had I stayed in the military, my battery just died. And you know what? I forgot to plug in my other battery. I did it again. So I'm going to have to stay on my profile picture. Oh, wait, I have my phone or my son's phone. I guess I could use that, but tell you what, I'm just going to stay on my profile picture and chat with you guys, hiding behind my profile picture. So anyhow, yes, it is. Absolutely. Yep. Again, you go to college, well, I'm just telling you the facts. If you go to college before you go to the military, who's going to pay for your college? Maybe your mom and dad are well off enough to pay for your college. But if you're thinking about doing it on your own, you're going to have to pay, or your parents, and or both. So what would you rather do? You literally, these are the questions that you can go into a recruiter's office, wait till you're a senior in high school, about to graduate or thereabouts, somewhere towards that end of the year. And, you could even go into the recruiter's office with your parents. Seriously. Go in with your dad or mom or whoever. Have somebody with you. Go into recruiter's office and ask these questions that you're asking me. Yep. And that way you have somebody a little bit older than your mom and dad, a generation older than you are, that can start asking some questions that you might not think about. Concerns that you might not be able to think about because your mom and dad has already been there, done that. Not military. I mean, they've already lived, they're a little wiser to some of the questions. Hey, Presley. Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah, bring a parent with you into the recruiter's office. And that way you both can exercise the recruiter's brain with questions. And that way they might not be as willing to lie or say things that are a little vague. I shouldn't say lie. Your parents would be a little more privy to some of the things that they say, They might be able to be a little more careful about for you, for your benefit. Make sense? Yeah, if I was doing it again, if I was 18 years old, I had the opportunity to join the service, as all seniors did in school. The military came to our school. They'll probably come to your school at the end of your senior year, and they'll either all come at once at a presentation in the auditorium, and or they'll come one at a time, or maybe the teacher will just bring or give everybody information regarding the military. But they came to my school, the whole military, Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marines, landed literally in a helicopter on our football field, and they all unloaded this big old big double propped helicopter. I don't know the name of those. I don't remember the name of them. Some Army helicopter landed on our football field, and they unloaded all the material to set up their tents and their kiosks around the track around the football field. And all the seniors got to go out onto the football field and walk around the track and visit all the the displays. So I had that opportunity, but I didn't decide. I decided to chase girls instead of join the military. And then who would know? 19 years later, when I was 37 years old, I joined the United States Navy as a medic, basically a corpsman. Oh, it was. Even the Navy SEALs were there. They had like this fish tank. Actually, it was a big, it looked like a shower, an enclosed glass, structure like a shower. And they filled it up with water. And some guy climbed in there with his scuba gear. I think he was breathing through not what's it called? their recycling. God, I lost the name of that. Where it recycles the oxygen and it's bubbleless. Well, anyways, some guy was in that tank, I remember, underwater with his mask on, and he's drawing with his finger on the fog, the condensation that's developing. He's drawing with his finger inside. I think I asked him a question. I wrote on the outside, "Are you a squid?" And he wrote back, I think he flipped me off or something with a smile on his face. And the rest of the SEALs were up in the grandstands of the football stadium. Yeah, I remember kind of being impressed by those guys. Or wonderment, like, ooh, what would it be like to be a Navy SEAL? I was 17. Yep. A year older than you. Euro. I was a senior, like I said, and you're what, a junior in high school? 11th grade? Yeah, I remember hearing the same thing that you're hearing right now from my parents or whatever, just growing up, you get exposed to different things, when people say things. And I remember hearing, maybe it was my dad, because my dad was prior Navy, but he wasn't he didn't retire. He only did 4 years. And that was before I was born. So I never really heard about it, and it wasn't in my house. I just remember seeing pictures and a plaque on his wall. But other than that, I do remember, I think my dad saying, you want your education paid for? Join the Navy or join the service. But I didn't really grasp that concept. It was always that unknowing spook or fear, about the military. I only associated the military with what I saw on television or what I saw in media, and that was, that wasn't a good thing. The television seldom talks about the normal daily routine, that a person in the military, they don't cover what an aircraft mechanic does on a daily basis. You don't see commercials promoting the military. Maybe you do today. Maybe I have heard, references to, other non-combat type, jobs of the military. But you typically don't hear about, the logistical stuff that goes on in the military. The day-to-day grind that people go through in the military. But the military is it's a group of human beings, just like you and me being in the civilian world today. It's a bunch of human beings that need to be fed. They need to be clothed. They need to be, all of the above. So what's required to keep people alive? Well, you need cooks. Well, guess what? The United States military has plenty of cooks. Thank God for the cooks. And I say that with sincere sincerity, because if it wasn't for the cooks, we wouldn't have been alive over in Iraq. Thank God for the logistics that it took to get the food to us on the other side of the world. Nobody ever thinks about that. Do you know how much logistics is involved in providing food for for on an ongoing basis from here to the other side of the world? Can you imagine? The ships, the airplanes. Speaking of aircraft mechanics, you know, you're not just maintaining aircraft so they can go to war. No. You're maintaining aircraft so they can get food over to the troops. Or everything else. How do they drive? They need vehicles. Well, how do they get vehicles over to the other side of the world? They fly them over, or they ship them over, etc., etc. There's so much involved in the military. It's not just war. The construction battalion, the Seabees, and or whatever they're called in the Army and the Marines and the Air Force. They build stuff. All the buildings and the houses that are on the bases, the military housing, and or they're not necessarily on the base, they're out in the civilian world. There are communities that are strictly military housing. I had a friend in high school, actually, who was military family, and he lived in military housing down in Pacific Beach in San Diego County, California. Who do you think builds those homes? The military. It's like they build. Where do the electricians come from that lay all the electricity in the homes? The military. Where do the plumbers come from? The military. Etc., etc. You see? So there's a lot of moving parts in the military. Jojo, thanks for coming back, hanging around. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much in Tagalog. Jojo's from the Philippines. Speaking of the Philippines, how do they get troops from here to the Philippines? We do joint operations with the Filipinos. They fly them over. You're maintaining aircraft to get the troops over to the Philippines. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It becomes your life if you're in it to retire. You're going to do 20 years in the military. So that means your job every day when you check in and check out will be in the military as opposed to the civilian world. Is there any difference? Sure there is. You learn the difference. They'll teach you. It becomes part of your life. How to dress, who to salute, who not to salute, the ins and outs of entering a Navy base and or a Navy ship or it's a different world, but it becomes part of your life. And then that becomes your job. Instead of checking into, a civilian job and punching a clock, you'll be checking into a military base and making sure you're there at the roll call in the morning. They call it a muster, M-U-S-T-E-R. That's the clock you punch. Make sure you don't miss your muster, by the way. There's no tolerance for that. You'll get in trouble for. It's called AWOL. Absent without leave. You'll get in trouble for that. So yeah, it's much different when it comes to strictness in the military. And there's a reason for it. The reason for it is to get you home. There's no tolerance for playing around with your safety. So they want you to be there. Attention to detail is what that's called. And there's a reason for it. There's a method to their madness. There's no, it's not just hollering and screaming just because that's the way they are. So anyways, enough of that. I think you learned a little bit about the military just from me talking about it. But again, yeah, if you want more questions answered, yeah, take your parents into a recruiter's office with you. Talk to them about it. Tell them, if they don't already know that you've expressed an interest in being a flight mechanic in the military. Yep, that'd be cool. And again, once you get your degree, your bachelor's in the military, even if you decide to go to school outside of the military and you get your bachelor's, bring your bachelor's degree into a recruiter's office. And they'll send you to officer school. OCS, officer candidate school. Or you know what, True Hero? When you become a senior in high school, go down to a recruiter with your parents and express to them, I want to get my degree eventually. I don't know whether to do it in the military or do it in the civilian world first. And you know what? They might just, if I'm not mistaken, work with you on that and say, absolutely, we will guarantee you a job. We'll actually give you, don't quote me on this, they'll give you a bonus. Of course, it's all to incentive to get you to join, but they'll give you a bonus prior to joining the military so that you can go to school. Don't quote me on that, but I'm thinking maybe that's how they do it. They'll help you to get your degree in lieu of joining the military when you're done, but you'll be held to that commitment. And that might be an idea. So ask the recruiter. Should I? That way you're not held to getting deployed while you're going to school. Where when you're in the military, if you're in the military and something does go down, whether it's peacetime or wartime, you might be required to deploy. Well, you won't be required. You will be deployed. And then your school will be put on hold. Whereas if you pursue it as a civilian, you're not interrupted while you're going to school. That's another idea. Didn't think about that. So anyways, Jojo asked, what do you think about China's take on the Philippine island? Oh, about that little island that you guys been defending for. Yeah, I'm glad you're still around. I thought maybe you had to, you went to bed already. And that's my next question. Why are you still awake? You're probably laying in your bed with your phone in your eyes, like my son does. But yeah, I hope that helps in the future. And yeah, good. I hope, whatever route you take, everything works out for you. What's the name of that island again, Jojo? I'm familiar with it. That's right. My son's still on winter break. What am I thinking? Of course, I forgot. My son's in college. He's his second year, and he's on his break. He doesn't go back till the 22nd of January. And when he told me that, I said, "What? The 22nd? That's the end of the month." So it's probably different for you, but he's going to college, and he goes back on the 22nd of January. When do you go back? Yeah, what's the name of the island again, Jojo? I'm familiar. I keep following that. At least I try to pick up on videos. Oh, you go back this Monday. That's what I was thinking. I asked my son the same question. Yeah, Carborough Shoal. Yeah, you think Carborough Shoal? Whatever the shoal. I know it's a shoal. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, I don't quite understand the whole reason for them wanting that little itty bitty island. It doesn't make sense to me. It's almost, I'm just speculating, it's almost like a harassment thing. It's like what? They're going to cause friction. Just let's go over and bother the Filipinos again. And they go over there, and as soon as they go over there, of course, it makes the headlines. It makes the Philippine headlines. It even comes over here to the United States, and we see it on the news. It's like, what in the heck are they doing? Yeah, I know. And unfortunately, the Filipino military that occupies that poor base, if you even want to call it a base, isn't in a dilapidated ship that's rusting and falling apart. You know, those poor guys. Like, what kind of accommodations do they have on that island? It's like, what's the big deal about this small little piece of land? I thought it was one of those islands that existed during low tide, but during high tide, it disappears. One of those, low tide or high tide. I'm joke long, but am I? Am I correct? I know. My wife talks about it. Her brother, my brother-in-law, Junjun, he tells me about it, and I'm like shaking my head, wondering what's the big deal about this small little island in the middle of the ocean? Yeah, the Philippine Sea. Yep. Doesn't make sense to me. Is it rich in oil or something? is is there gold on the island? What's the attraction? Doesn't make sense. You know what? Maybe I can turn on the phone here and at least be on camera so you can see my face. Oh, it's 100%. Well, I got a full charge. Might as well. My son's still up, so I can use his phone. One more time, Jordan. Okay. It's not going to be as good as my other camera, but I'll do my best here. Let's see. Okay. Let me come back here. Stand by. Wait long. There we go. Okay. Wow. That was fast. Look at that. Right back. Hey. Let me mute. There we go. Stand by. Okay. Okay. Now you can see me. Oh, you know what? I still got an echo. Let's see. Got my mic muted. Why is it still audible? Am I on YouTube? Hold on. Let's see if YouTube is muted. Stand by. There we go. Still hearing this. Where's that coming from? Mic muted. Not sure. Let's try it this way. Hold on. Settings, audio, reduce mic echo cancellation. Maybe I need to do it on this one. Settings, audio. Test. Ooh, nope, I can still hear it. Let me do it this way. Hold on.
There we go. Okay. Whoa. Oh, I just found the echo. I'm on my Bluetooth earpieces. That's weird. Bluetooth is not on. What the? Hold on. Jordan, why can I hear myself in my earpieces and your Bluetooth is not even on? OMG. Stand by. Can you open your phone? Can you open your phone? Sorry. I think my earpieces are connected via your phone. That's bizarre. No, Bluetooth is not. Oh my gosh. Oh, hey. Sorry. Hey, Jordan. Why is this StreamYard bleeding over onto my earpieces? There's no Bluetooth on in your phone. That's the most bizarre thing I've ever. I wonder. Shut it off. Hold on. Okay, that's better. I just shut them off. Okay, here we go. Let me, you can hear me okay, Jojo? That's the weirdest thing I've had happen so far. I didn't know these things are Bluetooth in my ear, and there's no Bluetooth on. Jamie, what's up, Jamie? I'm struggling here to get the proper audio set up for my phone. Let me try something here. That's better. Okay. Carlos, I have no idea. Oh, good. Thank you, Jojo, for the feedback there. I'm not quite sure what is working with everything muted. Isn't that bizarre? I have actually I got hearing aids and they're Bluetooth, so I can pair with smart devices, but it works via Bluetooth. And I've got a gadget right here. This is the camera. The Bluetooth is off. If the Bluetooth is on my wife's phone, sometimes I can pick up her phone. So I checked her phone. Nope, Bluetooth is off. And the only thing I'm using right now is my smart TV in conjunction with this gadget. The smart TV does not have Bluetooth, as far as I know. Jordan, does Xbox have Bluetooth?
Huh?
Does Xbox use Bluetooth?
Probably.
I thought I looked before and I didn't find it. Let me look here. Stand by. There's settings. Yeah, the gremlins are at work. This is interesting though, because these are relatively new in my ear. But they're cool because I can, when I can pair with, smart devices, i.e. my television. But it requires of course, a go-between so that these will pair with the Xbox. But, well, I think I might have answered my question. That's why. Okay, I just answered my question. I got it. It's because that device is on. Hold on a second. Let me turn these back on. Stand by. I think I discovered it. Stand by. There we go. Okay, now these are on. Let's see if echo comes back. Hold on. Test. Hello. It should connect. Hello. Test. Nada. Wait. Let me go back. That's why. My TV, here, it should come back. I'll bet you. Watch. It was disconnected from StreamYard on my television. So let's see if I connect, and if the echo comes back, if I come back in my ear, then I'll know it's the TV. Okay. This is like troubleshooting a car. Like, where's this echo coming from? Where's this noise coming from? All right, let's see. I'm entering right now. Hold on. And I'm back. Test. Nothing yet. Wait. Hello. Just a minute. Wait, Jojo. Wait. I'm testing here. Hello. I know I have audio, Jojo. This is my audio. This gadget is my audio. But I'm on my television right now. And so I'm trying to recreate the echo. That was interesting. Shut it off. Test. it had to have been my sound on my television, because these are connected to my television. But now that's gone. So I'm going to stop and quit while I'm ahead. Okay. You guys can hear me okay? You're good, Jojo? Oh, but I'm in the wrong format. I'm in a vertical format here. Oh, that's because I'm on vertical live. Okay, good. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you. All right, now I'm confusing myself. All righty. So this camera is no longer. I wonder if I can just go ahead and delete that camera. Stop my cam. No, I can't. Okay, so I just leave that as is. Or maybe I can disconnect it and not have a camera at all. Let me find out here. See, I'm actually using it for a support right now. What if I unplug? What's that going to do? Let's see. Okay, not going to worry about it. It's good to go. So anyhow, Jojo, yeah, I don't know what the I'd have to do some research, on the internet and read about that island and what the Philippine government says about it and why they, or why does China keep expressing an interest in this little piece of land that's out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? Doesn't make sense. Jamie, what's up, bro? What's the weather doing back in Arizona? Is it cooling off like the rest of the nation is experiencing? Oh, you know what? I should. To keep it from going. Okay, I'm back, guys. Sorry. It looks like I'm gonna have to. Oh, you're in New Hampshire. You just drove from. Now, Jamie, wait a minute. Wait. You're confusing me again. Are you the one from Arizona, or are you the guy from? Yeah, you said New Hampshire, or I thought you were a contractor doing construction down in Pensacola. Is that you, Jamie? Beyond the Veil. Hey, welcome. I'm gonna have to stay plugged in to the phone so that it doesn't go to sleep and shut down like it did. So that means, yeah, you're in Gloucester from Massachusetts doing work in Pensacola. Okay. There's another guy from Arizona, and he's told me, it's funny, he says, I've told you 40 times, and there's somebody else in Arizona. and I always miss his location. It's like, where are you from again? He said, for the 40th time, I'm in Arizona. Well, I'm going to open up the mic on this end. Okay. How's that? That's weird. I should have audio, but because I show audio on my end, I know I'm using the audio on this gadget right now, but I'm also online with my Xbox, i.e., yeah. Give me 1 second here. Okay. You see my TV in front of me? I'm on the in the chat room on my television. You see that the the rainbow screen down there in the corner? That's this camera right here. Right there. But it's not working at the moment. Okay? It's got a dead battery, and I've got a tether that goes over to the Xbox. Okay? But that other screen there next to it is the camera that I'm holding. Okay? But it's got a mute. It's got a mute, a microphone, if you can see there in the bottom right corner. And it's got an X through the microphone. Well, if I uncheck that, I will be on this microphone via the headset. Sorry, I've got my finger covering them. I'm on this microphone. They're on my headset. So I activate this microphone by unchecking that microphone there on the screen, and that opens up this mic on the headset. And I can see whether or not that's working. And I was getting a good confirmation that I had audio. But you were telling me, nope, I don't have audio. So it was interesting. It's like, why not? I'm live on the Xbox, and I'm live on this smartphone in my hand. Why can't you hear me? So anyhow, whatever the reason, I just went back to the microphone on the phone, and I know that's it. So until further notice, I'll eliminate my headset and navigate the on the Xbox with the controller, and use my controller as a mouse for the TV. I basically joined my own live stream twice. Once on the phone, or once on the TV, and then used my phone to enter it again. Makes sense? Okay. Yeah, I'm all plugged in. Trying to think. Not sure why. I even reloaded the television, and thinking that would do it, but that didn't do it. Not sure why. So that's okay. I got a microphone here, so as long as you can hear me. The only thing I can't hear is the music in the background. See, I take this headphone and I plug it into the Xbox controller. Yeah, I can hear it, but I got an echo. Oh my gosh, it's the same. Test. Yeah. I can't even unmute. There we go. Just unmuted the TV. But when I hit the mute button on the phone,
How about now? I have audio. I can hear it. Okay. I got it. You can hear me now. I have to add myself to the stage. That's why you had no, yeah. That's why I had no audio. I have to add myself to the stage. Okay. Duh. It's like, geez, Gary, what are you doing? Okay, let's get rid of, there we go. You can still hear me. I'm still added. I just removed myself from the stage. You see? So as long as I'm added, as long as I add myself to the stage, you can hear me. Good to go? Am I good? You can still hear me? Can you hear me? Come on, answer. There's like a 15-second delay between your post and me seeing it. So, am I good? Good job. Okay. All right. Too many moving parts, I'm telling you. That's the difference between a laptop, a computer, compared to this. Oh my gosh, it's horrible. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. You know, when everybody says this microphone sounds better than an external mic, you know, other than this headset. So, all right, beyond the veil. Tell me about yourself again. I saw you before, but I don't remember who you are, where you're from, male, female. I don't remember. Oh yeah, I asked you about the coast picture that you have in your profile picture. Are you saying no audio again? What? No audio? Oh, you're male from Iowa. Wait, what do you mean no audio? Why is Jamie saying no audio? Did I lose my audio? Audio or no audio? There is audio. Jamie, why did you say no audio? What the? I think that was you on your end this time. Don't confuse me. Goodness gracious. Okay. You're in Iowa. All right. I remember Iowa. Okay. Yeah. And I was saying I knew the capital, Des Moines, and yeah, we had this conversation before. You know, when that reminds me of the frustration I just felt when when I didn't have audio. And then when you said no audio, and I'm like, what do you mean no audio? I got one person saying there is, and then Jamie comes and says no audio. And I was like, no. And that feeling that I had is like being in a foreign country. I've experienced this. And nobody speaks English or very little. And you wake up, woke up, I'm telling an actual event. I was in Kathmandu, Nepal by myself. And I had, I had this all, I thought I had all the logistics figured out, but I ended up kind of deviating from it a little bit. And I ended up in a hotel, and I really didn't know where I was. And the map I had, I wasn't like I had a GPS. So I was going by this map I had, and I asked the taxi driver, before he drops me off, what's the name of the town? So I'm looking at the map and I see where I'm at and where I need to go, and it wasn't that far away, but it was too late in the evening, so I needed to just sleep over in a hotel or a hostel or whatever. So I found one, and I'm in the room, and I sleep overnight, and I couldn't sleep anymore, and it's 5:30 in the morning, and it's before anything opens. So, but the light was starting to come up. Oh, gosh, it just died again. Jordan. 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 You need to unlock your phone. Okay, hold on, guys. I need to discontinue this camera because it's going to go off. It's my son's. Go ahead and keep your phone. Just keep it. And log off of that StreamYard. It just came back on, by the way. Your phone did, so you're on camera unless you close it. Go ahead and just swipe and close that. Okay. And look at your face. It's frozen on the screen. Oh, let's go back here. Hold on. Here, hold on a second. All right, let me swipe this over to here. I'm going to have to go without a camera, guys, until further notice. And go to my avatar. Stand by. To that. Okay? And then get rid of his screen. Uh-oh. I didn't change over. Uh-oh, it didn't. It's not switching over. Wonder why. That's weird. Give me 1 second. Houston, can you still hear me? Walker, can you still hear me okay? Because if you can, I'm going to reload. There we go. Yeah, I can see my voice still talking. Okay. I was gonna reload the screen, but I just figured it out. All right. Okay, good. Presley. Yeah, I know. In the 70s. Wow, how do you remember that, Jojo? Oh, that's Presley saying that. Sorry, I thought that was Jojo. Well, now you're revealing your age there, Presley. Remember that when the screen would go beep and then it would go snow? If you're on the wrong channel that has no reception, it's just snow. Walker. What's up, Walker? Have you been here before, Walker? I think you have. I think I remember the V-door, V-I-D-O-R. Yeah, catch me up to speed, Walker. Forgive me if I forgot, but imagine that. I'm in New Jersey. I'm originally from San Diego, California, and then life events brought me back here to New Jersey. Gotcha. And where are you from, Walker, or where are you located? We've got Beyond the Veil is, you just told me Iowa, and Jamie's in. He's in. Are you back in? I'm sorry. You're back in New Hampshire, or you're down in Pensacola? I'm in New Jersey. Presley, you're in Arizona? You're the Arizonian. That's it. Presley's in Arizona. And Jamie's, I believe, up there in New Hampshire right now. Originally from Massachusetts. Am I getting it all right? Jojo, if he's still here, he's in the Philippines. Yeah, we got people from all over. Spain, New Zealand, Wisconsin, Michigan, Colorado. Oh, you're from New York. I'll be dang. Are you in New York now? Well, you're just up the road from me. I'm 2 hours from JFK. Oh, no way. Female? By any chance? Beyond the Veil? Yeah, you're in New Hampshire now. Gotcha. Yeah, Presley. Thank you. Isn't that the city in Arizona, Presley? Oh my gosh, how come I didn't associate that before? Isn't there a Presley, Arizona? Or no? Or is that my imagination? What the heck? What an easy way to remember that if it is. Duh. Oh, that's Prescott. That's Prescott, Arizona. I just remembered. Presley. Are you in Prescott by any chance? Oh, a guy. You've been friends for 8 years. I'll be dang. Awesome. By any chance, does he do live streaming or in the Filipino live stream community? By any chance, Beyond the Veil? Walker. I'd rather leave than answer. Bro, asking personal questions, I'd rather leave than answer. I lost you there, but yes, I knew Arizona, but I was thinking of Prescott. Oh, you asking me? Why am I talking with a mic only? Okay, I gotcha. My camera just died. The battery on one camera, and then my son's phone I was using as a backup, and he's got it on, it goes to sleep in 10 minutes or whatever. So it kept shutting off, and I don't know his password, and it's like I keep having to call him back over here to turn the phone back on. So I nixed it for now. I've got a battery in the charger right now. Unfortunately, I neglected again to put the second battery in the charger. So I screwed myself. So I can still talk and live stream, but I have no camera at the moment. So yeah. So in the meantime, yeah, I'm without a battery in my digital single lens reflex camera. So interesting question though, because StreamYard, which is the third party app that I'm using to live stream, it allows you to go live without a camera. If you have a microphone, of course. If you don't have a microphone, it won't let you go live. Now, YouTube, now you notice I am broadcasting on YouTube. That's because these third-party platforms allow you to broadcast on different social media platforms like Facebook, sometimes simultaneously. This allows me, if I was logged into my Facebook, would allow me to broadcast on Facebook at the same time as I'm on YouTube. Okay, so let's go back to YouTube. Now, if YouTube alone, without using a third-party live stream platform, allows you to live stream. They have their own live stream platform. YouTube does. But it requires you to have a camera. So if your camera's not on, it won't allow you to pass go. And you can't progress to go live. StreamYard does. And it's just, as you figured out, as I just explained, is just a third-party platform that allows you to broadcast to YouTube and Facebook, etc. And it allows you to come on without a camera and or with a camera. So when my camera dies in this instance, I can still speak and remain on live. So to what dog? Are you talking about me? Or are you just talking about my ongoing rhetoric? Helicopter? Wait. When you jump out of the helicopter, wait, I got to read up here. When you jump out of that helicopter, you have to be prepared for anything, rescue swimmer. Oh, now you're referring to. You're going to rub it in. We were talking about it, or maybe you were the last person I talked to again about it, but I mentioned recently to somebody, what would it have been like to have had that opportunity? Where would I have been taken? What would I have done? What would I have experienced? I get it twisted. Oh, okay. You know what it has to do with as well, as far as why I didn't understand it in that context, was your punctuation. There was no punctuation. So I read it as, I feel like I lost 1 million brain cells listening to that dog. Never mind. And you put the comma after the dog. Imagine that. Yeah, I understand. Totally. But it was because it was lacking punctuation. You see? There's a good example of how you can miscommunicate with people via chat. All because of one comma. And see, what it should have been is, to that comma, dog, period, and then never mind, I don't want to know. No, I call it Facebook chat. That's the way the people, it's not only Facebook, it's live streaming. It's social media platforms. You're revealing your age, Walker. How about that? Chat is such a a viral thing anymore. You know, everybody, because girl, here, everybody explain to girl why I'm not on video. Just don't judge. I have to judge, bro. I judge every day. Biblically speaking, speaking of preaching, it's when you judge unrighteously is what the Bible is referring to. But to judge, everybody judges. I have to judge the distance between me and the car in front of me every day when I'm in my car. You see? That's righteous judgment. Now, to state the truth and to feel guilty about it, that's something else. That's the way I made you feel by stating the truth, and then you felt guilty about it. Yeah, however you want to put it, but yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a good example of it. And then I realized when you explained it, it's like, oh, I scrolled back and read it again. I was like, okay. You see how to read it as I feel like I lost 1,000,000 brain cells listening to that dog. You know, I kind of began to take offense to that. It's like, is he calling me a dog? Didn't you hear me? I said, did you just call me a dog? To that dog. Yep. So anyhow. But anyways, we got it cleared up. Oh, where now that I'm, my wife's from the Philippines. So where, do you know where in the Philippines your friend lives? Here, you know what? I can ask that question in Tagalog. You want to hear me? I don't know what friend is. Let's see. Friend in Tagalog. Friend. I don't remember, but I could just say it in English. Is saan friend nakatira sa Pinas? That is, where does your friend live in the Philippines? Starts with a P, as in Philippines. Pangasinan. Sound familiar? Pampanga. Those are some two relatively popular areas that Filipinos are located that starts with a P. Let me name some more. Palawan. That's the island, the westernmost island of the Philippines. Palawan. Palawan. As the Americans say, Palawan. Which one? The Pampanga or Pangasinan? I forgot which one I said first. The last one I said is Palawan. That's Palawan. That's the island. I think I said Pampanga, the first one. Oh, Pangasinan. Ah, there you go. That's up in the Bukid. That's the mountains. It's a mountainous region over near Ilocos. Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur. Yeah, Pangasinan. Cool. Yeah. Oh, because if you didn't already know, yeah, there's a lot of beautiful, picturesque scenery in the Philippines. It's everywhere. amidst the big cities and the poverty and everything else that exists over there. But the beauty itself is, it's spectacular. The weather, on the other hand, is, have you ever been to the Philippines or to Southeast Asia? Vale? I feel like a lot of these new rappers sound the same. I like Kendrick, but people like Uzi and Yeet and a lot of other modern rappers just suck. I can't relate there, bro. Sorry. Rappers to me kind of came and went. Back in junior high school, the Sugar Hill Gang, which rappers today, even emulate or talk about. But that was kind of a trend at the time. And it became real big. And all the kids were, the boom boxes. Remember the boom boxes? Well, they were even bringing them into the school campus and carrying them on their shoulders. And they were, and rap was starting to become popular and blaring on the radios. To the bang bang boogie, so dump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie the beat. My name's Wonder Mike, and I'd like to say hello to the red, black, something white, and the something and yellow. And he goes on and telling a story. Do you remember that song? There's still some rap that uses that music as background. Yep. Well, hey, you're not alone there, bro. It's my wife sends money to her brother over in the Philippines. He's the only one in the family that didn't immigrate over here, of her immediate family, brothers and sisters, that were not able to get over here to America because he didn't. As brothers and sisters can't petition for each other. But if you're a parent, siblings can petition for their parents, i.e., that's what we did for her father and brought him over to America, and or the other way around. If you have parents over here in the United States, they can petition for their children. And that's how my brother-in-law, my wife's, if I can confuse you a little bit, my wife's brother, he's married to his wife, and she had a mother, or was it a mother? No. Yeah, it would had to have been. Was it her mother? Yeah, her mother lived in California, and I believe she petitioned for her. Jojo can tell you. Jojo Vasquez, he's over in the Philippines. By the way, beyond the veil, meet Jojo. Jojo, saan ka nakatira sa Pinas? I probably asked him before, but where are you in the Philippines? Where's your home in the Philippines, Jojo? And his living with his folks, yeah, he's interested in their culture and traditions, so different from, why don't you go over there and visit him? Dude, well, the price of the tickets is outrageous right now, but wait till Trump gets into office and see if the airlines get back on track. You're in Laguna. Jojo is south of Pangasinan and Pampanga. He's down at the southern tip of the Luzon province, the southern part of Luzon. He's down there by the volcano that erupted, the Taal volcano. He's south of Manila in the Luzon province. Dude, all it takes is a plane ticket. But my suggestion is wait. It's still $1,000 to $2,000 round trip. It's crazy right now. Where prior to Biden, it was $600-700 round trip. I'm telling you, if you could put together, realistically, been there, done that. I was married in the Philippines, by the way, Vale. If you had $3,000, you could go there for, this is including the plane ticket. If you could spend under $700 for a ticket, let's say $700 for a round trip ticket, and then spending money for 3 weeks, yeah, $2,000 would be too much. But just to be safe, I'd say $3,000. If you could get together $3,000, you could go over there for 3 weeks, including the plane ticket. I'm telling you, you could probably do it cheaper than that, but just to be safe, $3,000. That'll buy you a plane ticket if you could get one for $700, and you'll have $2,300 to left over. That'll be way too much money. But easy. I make thousands each paycheck. Yeah, I know. So you plan on it next year. That'll give you a whole year to put together that money. And go in, there's no time that's not going to be hot in the Philippines. But if you're going to go, they always say the coolest part of the year is like Christmas time, our Christmas time. But it's also a very expensive time to go because it's a peak season. So go do what I did. Leave in the end of August. You're kind of at the end of the monsoon season, although you're not quite out of it, but at least go to the end of August and stay till the second week of September. That was the last time I went. I did that, and it worked out great. There was actually a monsoon that went by, but it went north above Luzon and into Japan, and we got a little bit of the wind, the after wind of the outside of the typhoon that went by, and it kind of blew around in Manila a few days. But other than that, there was no problem. So end of August, September. And I don't know about your work or school, but it's after school gets back in. So you'll be able to, I don't know what that matters, but yeah, end of August into September. But wait for the plane tickets to go back down. My brother-in-law just went, and he said he spent nearly $2,000 on a round trip ticket. And I about puked when he said that. I said, "You spent that much money?" I was like, no. I'm not going. So, yeah. If the tickets can get down to $700 like they have in the past, I used to spend under $700 for a round trip ticket. Then buy a ticket and use the remainder to enjoy yourself, and you'll have no problem. It's crazy cheap over there. It's almost embarrassingly cheap. Sad how cheap it is, because you're going to have so much money, and people are going to be asking for only so much, to purchase stuff, and you're going to go, huh? Wait, you end up tipping them the same amount that they charged you, as a tip. Husband are going to the Philippines on missionary trip here next week for 3 weeks. Dude, speaking of missionary trip, gosh, I encouraged my son. I was trying to tell him, I was like, Jordan, his name's Jordan. I said, Jordan, if you want to travel the world, stay involved in the church, and believe me, get involved, and then start expressing an interest on doing missionary work somewhere. And the opportunity is there to go to different parts of the world, Australia, Philippines, Thailand, you know, that 1040 window, they call it, around the world. That's the 10 degrees above the equator to 40 degrees above the equator and below the equator, 10 degrees below the equator to 40 degrees below. And that band that goes around the globe is the 1040 window. And every country that is within that band, those borders, is called the 1040 window. And, you know, I had my pastor in San Diego used to leave the country, and he would, his staff would tell the congregation that pastor is leaving for Australia for so many days to go fill in for pastor so-and-so over in Australia. And then I always used to shake my head like, you mean he's just leaving to go fill in for another pastor? It's like, yep, that's what he's going to do. So if you got involved in that circle, not necessarily to go be a pastor, but just to be, you know, a missionary. My church's son, the assistant pastor, he just recently went to, where'd he go? Indonesia, I believe, or Bali, one of the two, and ended up doing missionary work over there. It's like, gosh, get involved, you know, and the opportunities are there. So anyhow, yeah, whether you go over with, you know, a church related function, or if you just go over there on your own, you know, go visit him. It'll change. If you've never been to a foreign country like that, it'll change your perspective, and it'll blow his doors off to see an American show up in the Philippines. You'll be the center of attention. Yeah. Well, pray about it. Talk to your pastor about it. Talk to your pastor about it. Oh my gosh, that would be, I didn't know why I didn't think of that before. Talk to your pastor about it. Just run it by him. He may or may not have, you know, any ideas, but I'll guarantee you he'll want to talk to you. They're underutilized. They're probably one of the biggest underutilized people in the church. They're sitting there waiting for people to come and talk to them, you know, when they're not behind the pulpit. Oh my gosh, bro, you remind me of my best man I brought to the Philippines when I got married. Joseph Kerrigan he was living in the Houston, Texas area, actually in the Galveston, Texas, there on the Gulf. And I'm 5'10". I don't know if you're asking me, Walker, or not, but so anyways, he was 6'3", 6'3" or 6'4", like you. And you know, I stick out like a sore thumb when I'm in the Philippines already. And then I got this 6'3" guy with me. And we were in the Manila airport waiting to pick up our luggage, looking for the luggage terminal. You know, yeah. So while we were standing there, you can imagine, that if you think I stuck out like a sore thumb, Joe was just like beside himself, giggling, And if you didn't already know, back in World War II during that conflict, the GIs were known as GI Joe, hence the term GI Joe that we know of, and the little toys, called GI Joe. Well, so because of that, the Filipinos today refer to outsiders, especially Americans, specifically Americans, as Joe. So since they don't know your name initially, when they see you, that tall white guy standing out like a sore thumb, if they want to acknowledge you, they're going to call you Joe. Hey, Joe! And they do up here or high five. That's what they refer to. High five is up here. Like the English words up here, but they spell it APIR. And that's how you pronounce that in the Spanish, with the Spanish vowels, appear. So anyways, it's a true expression. Up here, well, they're just raising their hand at you and they're calling you Joe. Hey, Joe! As the guy rides by on the truck filled with rice, towering, stacked up beyond what it should be safely. There's a guy sitting on top of those bags of rice, and I'm actually telling you a scenario, and he's waving at my friend going, hey, Joe! And he's like, oh my gosh, they know my name. And I'm like, no, they don't. They just calling you Joe. But his name was Joseph. So he got a kick out of that. Everybody already knew his name. So anyhow, yeah, you'll be the center of attention, and it's the land of smiles. So everybody's going to be smiling at you. It's a good experience. The weather is quite daunting, and will shock you like you've never been shocked before. But as you realize, okay, there's nothing I can do about this, you make do with what you have to do to deal with it. And then next thing you know, especially if you know somebody over there already, then you're set, because they accommodate you and take care of you and give you what you need, and you're the one with the extra money, and so you're able to accommodate not only yourself, but yet you're able to help them out as you already are doing. And so, it's not unusual to go over there and say, they're going to fix you dinner, and you're like, wait, let me go to the market with you. Because you're going to help them buy the food for that night's party that they're going to have for you, fiesta. And you have no problem, dropping $20, which just buys a hoard of food that is beyond what you can buy here for $20. Yeah, I'm telling you, 1,000 pesos over there. Ask Jojo. What can you buy for food for $20 for 1,000 pesos? OMD. Right? No, you don't have to be 6 foot to stand out. Yeah. Oh, to finish that story. So anyways, you get the gist. I mean, it's almost embarrassing because you can drop $20, especially that his family runs a small grocery store. Is it a grocery store or is it a sari store? Have you heard that expression before? Did he call it that? A sari store is more like, it's not the full-on grocery store, but they have a little bit of this, a little bit of that. They sell cigarettes, they sell gum, they sell chips, they sell, et cetera, et cetera. But anyways, yeah. Anything that makes money, is very common. Anything. that makes money. Now that sounds like a AA, directly from an AA program. Oh, and they sell ramen. Yeah. That's it. Well, it's, it's they call it a sari store, and it might just be right out of their house, right in the front of their house, or they've actually converted part of their house into the store. And some people will invite you right into their dining room or into their house, and they'll have like a little makeshift restaurant. Oh, those are the best. If you can find, families that invite you in to feed you instead of going into a restaurant, off the main street. Yeah, next to their home. There you go. Yeah. Or they might have a barbecue out front, and they're grilling their chicken and pork and chicken intestines and heart and liver, and I'm turning the sticks. You can't see me. I'm actually going through the motions here as if you can see me, but there's no camera on. It's a great experience, Vale. You need to communicate with him and let him know, hey, what do you think about? But wait till Trump gets into office and see if I'm actually looking forward to it. Something's got to happen, and based on his first, term, things did happen, and it happened relatively quickly. It's like the whole world starts to respond. The stock market, everything starts to reflect hope and change. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, I don't know about being embarrassed. It's like, it might just hurt. Yeah. Yeah, you need a passport? No biggie. Where are you located? Vale, you told me already. Just go to the post office or wherever it is they do passports where you are. But it's the post office here. Get the application and start it. Get your passport. It'll be good for 10 years. And that way you'll have 10 years to do something. Actually, the very first passport, like it's your first time, don't quote me on that. I don't know what it is today, but it might not be. It might be good for 5 years, and then, but whatever. It'll give you time. So, are you out of here? Is that what you're saying, Walker? Got to hit the rack. Oh, well, that's cool. Just the presence of somebody big. Imagine that, huh? Me? When am I getting off? That's almost a baited question there. I didn't really plan on even going live, so I'm probably not going to be on for too much longer. I don't know, maybe till 4:30. It's probably. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'll be on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. till midnight Eastern time. All right, Walker. Thank you for coming back. Oh, don't forget the thumbs up if you didn't already. The like icon there. Thank you, brother. Awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cool. Yeah, the thumbs up will help put the channel in front of more people. You know, like when you look at an advertisement and next thing you know, it ends up on your social media or on your television station or your YouTube. Same difference. Do I ever worry about the flight as you travel? I can kind of, not just by that alone, you've thought about that. Have you ever flown before? You know, flying is, I admit, I'd be lying if I said it didn't cross my mind. But once you're up there, oh, by the way, you're going to be up there for a long, long time. You're not even going to know what to do with yourself. Being in a cramped, relatively cramped aircraft for nearly a whole day. Now, I don't mean just daytime. I'm talking a 24-hour day. You're going to be in the air for a total of probably 16 hours. It almost sounds undoable, but by the time you leave and you stop over in Hong Kong or wherever your layover is for just an hour or two, you're going to be in the air for 16 hours. Yes, he's 13 hours ahead. Are you Eastern time right now? Because they're 13 hours ahead right now for me. You told me you're in, beyond the veil. Where did you say you were? Or did you tell me where you're? Oh, you're in New York. Yeah, you're in New York. Yeah, 13 hours. When the time changes here in the spring, it'll go back to 12, as you already know. Yeah, they're literally on the other side of the world from us. Yeah, well, it'll go away. The anxiety will go away. Oh, you've been in small planes? Bro, if you've already been in a small plane, that is more anxiety than a airliner. I used to be a flight paramedic on a fixed wing, Cessna, and a Mitsubishi turboprop. Basically a larger Cessna with two engines. Actually, the Cessna was two engines as well, two props. Yeah, if you've flown in a small plane, my gosh, turbulence is 10 times as worse in a small plane than it is in an airliner. Oh, you're in Iowa. That's right. You told me in Iowa. Well, it's 2 to 3 a.m. No. They're more than that. It's 13 hours here on the East Coast. So for you, you're 2 hours behind me. No, 3 a.m. Okay, it's 3 a.m. right now. It's 4 a.m. here. So it's 14 hours right now for you because of the fall time change. In the spring, when it goes back, when it springs forward 1 hour, you will be 13 hours and I'll be 12 hours. Oh, you actually flew the plane? Yeah. Yeah, I sat in the cockpit a few times next to the pilot, and instead of in the back, I had a nurse usually with me, so it was a paramedic and a nurse, and then the pilot. Right, Sunday, yeah. Correct, yeah. I'll be on Monday night, 8 p.m., 7 p.m. your time. Oh, Sunday is his Monday. Correct. Yeah. Well, Sunday at 1 in the morning is 1 in the afternoon the next day. So it's not quite the next day until noontime on Sunday. Afternoon, it'll be Monday his time. Thereabouts. So today, which is Sunday, afternoon, it'll be after midnight for him on Monday. To sit in the back of the bus, actually, the back of the bus, we call that the back of the bus. Even in the back of a literal bus, like a Greyhound or a school bus, is always a bouncier ride. Well, it's the same for an airplane. And you know what? Historically speaking, the rear of the plane is safer. Not to talk about it, but the people in the rear of the plane survive, statistically speaking, survive airplane crashes. But if you choose to sit in the back, be prepared that turbulence, even small turbulence, will be worse in the back. But just be prepared to get up and start pacing the aircraft. You're literally going to be walking to the front of the airplane. You'll cross over to the other aisle on the, for instance, you walk up the starboard side of the airplane, the right side of the airplane, and you go to the front, and then you cross over to the port side and you walk back that aisle, and you go all the way back to the rear of the plane, and you visit the coffee, where they put together the refreshments and stuff, the stewardesses, and you start becoming friends with the stewardesses and you start chatting with them there in the back, and then you pour yourself a cup of coffee or they pour one for you, and then you end up walking with it back up to the front of the plane, and then you cross over and you walk back to the rear of the plane. And after you get tired doing that, you go sit back in your chair, or until the steward says, "I'm sorry, sir, you're going to have to remain seated." Like, oh, okay. I've even laid down near the emergency exit doors because it was unlit, and I was thinking none of the stewardesses would see me, and I laid down so I could get some sleep because there was no room in the seats next to me. And I had a stewardess go, "I'm sorry, sir, you can't lay there." And I went, "Okay, thank you." And I got up and I kept walking. Oh my gosh. The things you do to make it from here to the Philippines. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you only flew to Florida. That's only 4 hours. Or 3. And then you stay on your husband's paid time off. Oh, did they do it in their small private, in your small plane, or did they do this on a jetliner, an airline? Right. Yeah. Well, that's cool if they fly their own plane. Yeah. Oh, on an airliner. Okay, yeah. I knew you didn't, but I was wondering if you did go with them. Well, actually, I did think you said you went. Okay. Gotcha. I was just listening to a YouTuber who was he's quite a, I don't remember his name. I'm assuming he's a Asian guy. Maybe he's not, but no, actually he's not. He was a UK guy in the UK, I think like a Mideast background. But anyways, he was living in the UK, and he was doing a collaboration with a female in the United States who also was successful. And so without her knowing it, he flew from the UK to the United States to surprise her, and worked it out via text message so that she still thought he was in the UK, and did a surprise. And he said afterwards, and in his description, how he, for the very first time in his life, flew across the world to visit somebody. And I thought, you did what? And he showed how many miles he flew, and he flew 3,500 miles. And I thought, bro, you just flew from the East Coast to the West Coast in the United States. I said, oh, well, that's just about 3,000 miles. So he flew an extra 500 miles, and he's calling it flying across the other to the other side of the world. And I thought, bro, you don't know what flying to the other side of the world is. I said, try spending 16 hours in an airplane. I said, you only flew for 6 hours from the UK to the United States, maybe 7. I said, why don't you double that and some? They said, fly to the Philippines, and then you can claim to fly to the other side of the world. That's people that don't realize, I say, have never had an opportunity to get out of their comfort zone. And you might be one of them, I'm not, but it's definitely, it's a life-changing experience. It really is. You'll come home and realize even more so what your friend is experiencing over in the Philippines and what we have here in the United States. I don't mean just financially. I mean everything. Everything. Things we take for granted here. Just internet. Wait till you get to the Philippines. God. Internet? You have to purchase internet over there. But if I can recommend something, and I'm learning myself now, the apps that are available now allows you to get internet before you even leave the United States. And I'm going to go that route next time. Purchase internet before you even leave. Get the app. Find out the ins and outs, and purchase the internet before you leave. When you get over there, you'll have it already. You don't have to get a SIM card. You don't have to do any of that. God, I wish I would have known that before. But now there's internet, or what do they call it? Something. eSIMs or something like that. No, but you're going to have somebody there, bro. You'll have somebody meeting you at the airport, and don't worry about it. I know it's a concern. Believe me, been there, did that. The first time I flew by myself internationally was to Kathmandu, Nepal. Never been out of the country per se. I had been to Mexico 2 years prior, but that was with some American friends. We went down there to go climb some volcanoes. So that was really my first international experience. But to really go, to leave the North American continent was when I went to Kathmandu, Nepal. Actually, it was when I went to Thailand, but that wasn't by myself. It was. My wife at the time had already gone there and I met her over there. But I went to Kathmandu, Nepal by myself from Thailand and spent 2 weeks fending for myself at 23 years old, 24 years old. And that was scary, you know, being by myself. But going to the Philippines, the only time you're going to be by yourself is on the airplane. And then after that, you're in good hands with your friend, and you're going to be traveling with him, and he's going to be able to interpret for you, although they do speak English there. It's just, you know, it's a lot more comfortable when you have somebody from the country, you know, and they're providing and helping you and, you know, accommodating you. Believe me, you're going to be treated like a king over there. Everybody's going to be in awe, not only that you're an American, but you're a 6'3" American, 6'4" American. And you're going to be like a statue on display everywhere you go. Yep. And it's not uncomfortable. They're just going to be smiling, you know, and coming out of their house to look at you. I'm serious. But do it to me, and I'm 5'10", you know. Yep. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Yep. Well, I just said that. He's got a new SIM card. Ask him next time. Is that Globe or Smart? That's the internet provider. There's a third one also they have now. It's I forget what it's called, but oh, Presley, you're 6'5", dude. Were you listening? You've been listening the whole time. Yep. Yeah, mahal kita. You've already learned a little bit. I love you. Oh, that's cool. Well, because of this live stream, Vale, you know, my wife's from the Philippines. I think you know that already. Because of that, I got exposed to this Filipino live stream community about, gosh, going on 5 years now. And I started, of course, living with my wife and being exposed to, actually, her language is unique. It's Ilonggo. She's from Iloilo, which is a central Visaya region. But they have their own dialect, and they don't really speak anything but that. So there's no Tagalog, and there's no, even Pangasinan or Pampanga has their own dialect. But when all else fails, everybody speaks Tagalog to each other because they have their own languages. Kind of bizarre, but, you know, people of the same country all speaking a different language. You know, I always wondered about that. How did that happen? You know, I mean, they live in the same country, but yet they all have their own dialects. But anyways, I started asking the community, the live stream community, because I was visiting their channels, just like you're visiting my channel. Well, Jojo earlier, I've been in his live stream, I believe, as a chatter, just like you are in mine. Girl in the Mirror. I think she's still in the background. She's probably doing her own live stream right now. You know, been in her live stream, et cetera, et cetera. You know, in 5 years, you can imagine how many Filipinos I've met from all over the Philippines and all over the world, because they leave their country because they can't. If they can, they leave their country to go work. Why? Because they can't make enough money in their own country. So they go to the UAE, to Saudi Arabia, to Kuwait, to Australia, to Indonesia, to China, to Hong Kong. Very popular. Hong Kong is another real popular country to find work. They call them OFWs, Overseas Foreign Workers. Iceland. I met a husband and wife in Iceland, Filipino couple, working in Iceland at a fish factory, filleting halibut and whatever else they were catching there, salmon. Din is correct also. That's correct. Din, when din is used, it means also. Ikaw din, ikaw rin, and it depends on the location you're in. They'll either use rin, R-I-N, or D-I-N, or in Bisaya they call ikaw pud, P-U-D. It's like, depends on where you are. But it means you also. So if you ever want to say, if somebody says goodbye or have a good day, and you want to respond you too, just say ikaw din. Ikaw is I-K-A-W. It's the Spanish vowels, so you got to pronounce it accordingly. The I is pronounced like a double E. Yeah, 5 years. Live stream and producing content, videos for 5 years. Yeah. Actually, my very first video, before I even knew what YouTube or even how to utilize YouTube, I produced my very first video 15 years ago. Yeah, I've still got it. It's right. Let me see. I can probably share it with you. Well, on this, I can't. Wait. Yes, I might be able to. If I disappear for a second, I'll be right back. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this. Hold on. I'll show you my very first video that I produced. Again, I can still hear the music, so I know I've still got audio. But I'm going to try to go to my YouTube channel. I'm not on a laptop, so bear with me. I'm gonna try to open up that short. I believe it's a short minute. And if I can, I might be able to share it on the live stream. So let's try. Let's see if I'm even logged on still. Probably not. Imagine that. If I'm not logged into Google, then I'm not logged into YouTube. If you didn't already know, Google bought YouTube, so. Oh my gosh, it just closed my TV. Oh, now it's back. Oh my gosh, I'm struggling. Let's see, I might not be too successful at this, but we're gonna try. So far, so good. I'm still on. Oh, there I am. I'm logged on. So I'll click on my icon, go to my channel, and look at video. If I can bring it up, I'll come back to StreamYard. Okay, there's my shorts. Let me open up my shorts. And let me search for it here in my shorts. Let me see here. Search. Here we go. Come on, keyboard. There we go. What's it called? Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. So TOTUS. Let's see if I can find it here. Not sure if it's gonna. There it is. Okay, there it is. Let me come back to StreamYard. Stand by. Okay. Looks like I'm still here. Let me try to share this now, and I'll show you. This is the very first video that I produced. And you know what? It ended up getting almost 200,000 views. And before I was even knew about being monetized or making money or anything. And then somebody else actually did a copyright infringement on it. It's already been taken down since then. But before I knew about copyright infringement. Somebody else took my video and they got over 1 million views on this short. And when I found it, I filed a copyright claim and they took it down. But let's see here. Let's see if I can be successful here. Okay, let's try this. See if you can see this or not. Uh-oh. Looks like it's going to fail. Not. Yep, it's going to fail. Nope, nope. So far, I'm still there. Stand by. Let's try it here. Nope, that didn't work. Let me try again. It didn't work. Hold on. And it's not, it was just hey, on that note of 007, people in the live stream community, the Filipino live stream community, think that I resemble Pierce Brosnan, 007. And I became a Filipina, a lady in Arizona. Speaking of Arizona, Presley, she's married to a white guy, an American guy in Arizona, older lady, or relatively older lady, middle-aged lady, Filipina, married to a elder man. And when I first found her live stream and she saw my face, I think I came up on stage, her live stream. And she says, "You know who you look like?" And I said, "Who?" And she said, "Pierce Brosnan." I said, "Who's Pierce Brosnan?" She goes, "You know, James Bond, 007. And I had to look him up and I went, oh my gosh. So from then on, multiple Filipinos have said the same thing. "You know who you look like? You look like Pierce Brosnan. You look like a movie star." And I'm like, "Oh, don't tell me. Pierce Brosnan." And they're like, or other people have said Simon Cowell. And I thought, really? The judge on America's Got Talent. And others have said other actors and so on. But be prepared for that also, Vale. When you go to the Philippines, people are going to say, "You look like a movie star." All because you're from America. They'll figure out somebody that you look like. Okay, let me try again here. Share screen. Oh, let me do something real quick. Let me remove my, let me see if I can do this real quick. Let me do this real fast. Wait. I'm going to leave the screen blank. I'm going to turn it black, but I'm going to do that on purpose so that the video I'm trying to share will show up without me there. Okay? Stand by. Test, test. Test, test, test. Look, I'm back now. Okay. No, it works, Vale. It's just because I'm on an Xbox. It has no memory. You know, it has no hard drive. So it has a hard time dealing with too much data at once. Yeah, that's true. You could watch it that way. Let me try one more time, okay? Stand by. One more time. It almost worked that last time. But hold on a second. It works. It's just because I'm on an Xbox. That was weird. No. Doesn't look like it's gonna work. It keeps booting me back to the screen, to this. It keeps dropping the share screen feature. So it's not going to work. But it's like if I was on a laptop, it's a no-brainer. You know, I can share my life away. Okay, it's going to work. Hold on. Oh, I forgot to turn the music off. Oh my gosh. Stand by. Okay, I need to turn the music off. It was working. Hold on. I'm going to succeed here eventually. I just need to dot my I's and cross my T's here. I got to turn the music off or it's going to conflict with the video. Okay, try again. One more time. Test. Okay, I'm still there. Share screen, YouTube, and share. Okay. Okay. Yep, you lost me, but I'm back. So anyhow, here's the, I grabbed the URL while I was gone. Here's the, you're not going to be able to view it unless you're you can, again, unless you're on a laptop, you're not going to be able to copy or paste this. But there's the URL for the video. Well, thank you for the compliment while I was gone. Or praise God for, right? For our ability to do anything. to know anything, right? Remember the 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 explanation of that? Why it's impossible to know anything without knowing that there's a God. Therefore, we are without excuse. Remember that? Yep. Okay. Test, test, test. There we go. I give up. How many times did I try? 4? I think that's the last time. I'm done. But anyways, that's that's the link to that short. And the quality of the video is half what it used to be. I think it was 720 at the beginning, but it was on an original YouTube channel that I had, and when I deleted that account, before I deleted it and discontinued it, I downloaded all my videos onto a laptop, and I was successful, and this was one of them. And then when I reposted it on this channel, Doc MacKay, the quality of it was like half. So now I think it's in like 360 or 480, something like that. So yeah, I know there's a lot of things that we can't explain. And you know what though? It's hard to explain, even though if you even didn't ask, God, I didn't say that right. If you don't even ask that question, I asked the question, how did he do it? And I was just talking about this to my son recently. And sure enough, the Word of God explains or answers that very question. How did he do it? And I'm going to paraphrase the verse, and I forget which one it is. It says, for the things that are seen, are not made by which things do appear. Those that do appear. So in other words, he didn't do it with what we know or what we can see. It's beyond our comprehension. So no matter how hard human beings are going to try to create life, they're not going to be able to do it. That verse right there says why. Because the things which we see weren't made by which things do appear. I didn't say that right. Again, I'm having a hard time paraphrasing that. Or maybe it's things that appear weren't made by things that we see, that are seen. It's the other way around. Things that are seen. Type that in. Somebody search for what verse that is. Things that are seen are not made by things that do appear. Again, that's not the correct words, but In other words, you can't make life with things that you have here on this earth. And that makes sense. That's why atheism has no, uh, evolution has no option but to reject creation because they believe in naturalism. Everything came from what they can see, which things that do appear. And that's what they've been trying to do. They've been trying to recreate life with things that they have available here. Natural things. Well, God's word says very clearly, he made everything without having to rely on what we know. Where evolution is trying to prove that everything came from nothing, which is an oxymoron in itself. How can anything come from nothing? It's like it's nothing. Yeah, it's impossible. They're never going to succeed. That's right. You see, you see, actually, he's the first and the last. It doesn't say beginning and the end. And I can, because there is no beginning and there is no end. Beginning and end implies there's time. God lives outside of time. That's why there's eternity. Eternity is without a beginning, without an end. Or I should say, there is no end. How about that? Because when God first created Adam and Eve, they were eternal. So they had a beginning, but they had no end. Anyways, yeah, I won't go on. I don't know enough about that. But 2 Corinthians 4:18, I got my Bible here. You can copy and paste it. Quote the King James for me so that we're all on the same page. 1 John, 2 Corinthians. Gosh, great book, by the way. Yeah, I'm not going to preach, but I can preach out of 2 Corinthians. Actually, I think it's 1 Corinthians chapter 2, but 2 Corinthians 4:18. 1 Corinthians. Yeah, copy and paste it if you want. Here it is. Yeah. While we look not at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen. For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal. Actually, no, that's not it. That's the wrong verse, but that's a good verse in itself. Different one. Type it in. Type in. We're not made by things which do appear. Trying to put that in context of what book that would appear in, or trying to think of the context of that and what book that applies to. Is it in Romans by any chance? Romans? What other verse popped up besides that one? It was close, but not quite. That's not the verse I'm looking for. Look up which do appear. Oh, you know what? Let me go back real quick. I got to put the music on. That music gives me an idea that in my ear, in my headphone, that I'm still on the channel without it kicking me off. If I can still hear the music, then I know I'm still. Come on. Gosh, it's not, the mute is not going off. Hello, hello, test, test. Yep, I'm still here. Bizarre. My music's not working. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, music is gone. Test, test, test. Gosh, the music's gone. Hello, hello. I know my audio is still working. I can see that. See that aura around my profile picture that bounces when I talk? But I have no music. Let me see. Turn the rock on. There it goes. Okay. All right. I'm back. Did you find another verse similar other than 2 Corinthians? Let's see here. Which do appear. Comma King James version. There we go. You may have already posted it, but I can't see it. There. Yeah, it's in Hebrew. What am I saying? Hebrews, the definition of faith. Gosh, of course. It's instead of Hebrews 1, it's Hebrews, I'm sorry, instead of Hebrews 11:1, it's a Hebrews 11:3. Hebrews 11:3. The third verse of the definition of faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Second verse is, for by it the elders obtained a good report. Through faith we understand that the worlds were framed. Listen to this. The worlds, plural, were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear. See that? Through faith, that is, through the evidence, we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Did you catch that? The evidence. So through faith, we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God. That is through the evidence. You want me to prove there's a God? Look at the evidence. Look at things around you. Look at the stars. Look at the planets. Look at the universe. So that, why did he do it? So that things which were seen, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear. You know, the next verse, a little more vague to understand, but it says the same thing. By faith, here's another example. Abel offered unto God a more excellent sacrifice than Cain, by which he obtained witness that he was righteous. God saw what he did and said it was righteous. The gift that Abel offered unto God, he determined that that was righteous. God testifying of his gifts, and by it, he being dead yet speaketh. So God determined that Abel's offering was righteous, right? By what he could see. So the same with, you can determine that God is real by the evidence that he left. I.e., if there's a painter, if there's a painting, there's a painter. Right? If there's an aircraft, there's an aircraft mechanic that put the parts together. There you go. There you go. That's a good one. Right. Here, I understand that now that you know what faith is you believe in God. He was trying to tell Thomas, you can't see me. That's without seeing. Right? You can't see me, but you know I'm here by what you can see, by what I created. You can't see God, but you can see his creation. That's right. That's right. Yeah, it's like, I'm trying to understand or put that in context. How about this? It's like, I'd have to read that a little bit more. That's kind of confusing. It's almost as if somebody could use that to contradict what I just said. But music got loud again somehow. But in order for Thomas to believe, he wanted somebody to, so he wanted to be able to watch the person do it in order to believe. But God said, his counter was, but blessed are those who believe without seeing, without understanding how I did it. Instead, look at what is already done and believe in me. You didn't see how I did it. But it all goes back to, you don't have to see the painter paint the painting before you can believe that a painter was involved in painting it because of its design. Right. It's not, again, that's perfect. It's a good example. It's not because of our works. It's because of his. And we can't understand how he works. Why? Because the things that we can see were not made by things which you can see. It's beyond our comprehension. That's right. Yeah, isn't that crazy? And yet, and yet, really, what Thomas believed, or what Thomas had to concede, was that he had to concede in something he really didn't understand. He thought, well, if I can see the nail marks in your hand, then I know you're the person that died via the nail marks in your hand. But really what he didn't understand was how he did it. He still didn't know how he did it, even though he saw the nail marks in his wrists, or in his feet, or in his side. Yeah, it's like he still didn't understand. It's like he had to concede that he did something that he didn't understand. Yeah, it's like it's a it's like basing a case on substantial evidence. I mean, what's the word? Circumstantial evidence. You have to rely on circumstantial evidence. Even though you can 500 plus people admit that they witnessed Jesus Christ walk again and saw the marks in his hands and his feet and his side. You still don't know how he did it, but you're basing your conclusion on the fact that 500 plus people saw him walk and live again. And all the evidence points towards the fact that that was the person that died 3 days prior. Yeah, again, it all boils down to believing or not believing, period. And if you allow that variable into your pride, i.e., if you allow in the beginning God created into your equation and then go about your science, your experiment, using in the beginning God created as your foundation, and you ask, what would you expect to find if God created the heavens and the earth in the beginning? Your life will change. The evidence, the conclusion that you come up with will, right? Yeah. The conclusions that you'll come up with after doing your experiment by the way, the same evidence that an unbeliever or a secular scientist uses, the same rocks, the same whatever you're using to do your experiment. The evidence is, the evidence is still the same. Not the evidence. The the material is the same, but you're doing your experiment with a different set of glasses on. One is a creation worldview set of glasses, and the other is an evolutionary set of glasses. And I tell people, if they just would let that one sentence to consider that one sentence, in the beginning God created, what would you expect to find? And then go about your experiment, whether you're a geologist, a physicist, astrophysicist, doctor, fill in the blank. Here, and even that verse, right? That gives the impression to an unlearned person that we're just believing in something we can't prove. Just confess it with your mouth and believe in your heart that you'll be saved. It's like people will respond back, and you've heard these responses before. They'll say things like, I have a hard time giving up my logic and critical thinking to just go down the faith route, such as that verse that you're quoting right there. But what they didn't do is take the word, a very common word that we use today, believe, and dissect and define that word believe. And you come to find out, if you do that, the word means you literally need to study and take in, look at the evidence, and listen to sometimes multiple points of view, and then base your conclusion on what you find based on the evidence. And then after that, if you're nearly, if you're 100% or close to 100%, all the evidence points towards, okay, this makes sense, this all fits. Then you can say, I believe that. Why? Because of the evidence. But instead, if you choose not to do any homework or do any research behind what the verse is saying, right, then you might as well just say, well, then I think or I suppose that sounds correct. And that's really I'm quoting Noah Webster. Noah Webster said that back in the early 1800s when he made his first dictionary, the 1828 dictionary. He even said back then that people use the word believe more by when they should have said, I think or I suppose. But the number one definition of believe is based on the evidence, your conclusion after listening to different people, doing research, doing your homework. So with that, knowing that, this verse takes on a different tone. You've looked at the evidence. And you've come to a conclusion that you can say, okay, I believe that. So when you believe that, that's when you conclude, oh my Lord, my God, I didn't realize before. I've got a death sentence that I can't do anything about. I can't erase my sins. I can't forgive them by myself. I can't forget them. And I can't do the supernatural. I can't resurrect from my grave. I can't defeat death. And that's when you're going to drop to your knees and confess with your mouth and believe in your heart. And when you do that, God said, today you'll be with me in paradise. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. Actually, that's not John 3:16. I just realized you quoted it, John 3:16. That's another verse. I'm glad I caught that. That's a scripture song, by the way, Psalm 34:8. We used to sing that in the Reformers Unanimous program. Let me see if I can. I'm going to look at the King James Version just so I can remember what we were singing here. Go to the middle of your Bible. You're probably in Psalm or Proverb. If you're in Proverbs, go to the left. If you're in Psalm, go to the right. Actually, if you're in Psalm, you're in the right place. If you're in Proverbs, go to the left. 34, verse 8. Psalm has got a lot of chapters here. Over 100, right? 34, verse 8. Oh, taste and see that the Lord... Wait, oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man that trusteth in him. There's a... Gosh, how's that go again? Let's see. Anyway, I'm not even going to attempt to sing it. I just tried, and I sounded like a cow. But there's a very short little scripture song that that sings that verse. Anyways, so didn't that make sense to me? It just made total sense to me. I mean, the more I read and start understanding other verses, everything just starts coming together, and it's consistent. It's consistently consistent, if that makes any sense. It's like one verse complements the other and fits along with the other, and it just keeps going and going and going, and everything just is it's perfect. It's without error, inerrant. I don't know if you guys were hearing me talk about I believe so far that the definition of faith, there Hebrews 11:1, can be understood, or can be, you can see the connection between Psalm 11:1, the definition of faith, with the plan of salvation, the whole message of salvation. You can, in a sense, you believe in God by the evidence, and if you do that, or when you do that, when you finally see that there is a God, and believe, and then when you do that, you'll believe, and when you believe, God promises you eternal life. And that's what I see the definition of faith is saying. When I understand it in reverse, I just go backwards. Things that you can't see, things not seen, is God. How do you know there's a God? By the evidence. That's the evidence of things not seen. Going in reverse, it's not seen as God. How do you know there's a God? By the evidence. And then further back, the verse says, faith is the substance of things not Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. The substance of things hoped for, going backwards, is receiving eternal life. Hope isn't just throwing the dice and hoping it lands on 6 or 7. The definition of hope, I didn't even know that the definition of hope was what it was. And I read that to you last time. It didn't make sense to me. It's like, wait, to hope for something doesn't sound like something for certain. Well, I was wrong. The definition of hope, I'm bringing it up right now. According guys, I got kicked off, but yeah, I did the definition of hope here, and it won't post everything because it's too long. But maybe I'll do it in two posts here. But here's the beginning. Let's see how much of it posts here. Hope. It does. It posted it in 2 already. It divided it for me. Listen to this. A desire of some good, accompanied with at least a slight expectation of obtaining it. Or, here's the part, a belief. Remember the definition of belief? Belief? Based on the evidence, based on studying. A conclusion, after getting all the facts. A belief that it is obtainable. See, hope differs from wish and desire in this, that it implies some expectation of obtaining the good desired or the possibility of possessing it. In this case, possessing what? In the definition of faith, the substance of things hoped for. That substance, if I'm correct, is eternal life. That's why when I go in reverse and read that definition, the definition of faith, it's God. You know there's a God based on the evidence. If, conditional, you believe that, He'll give you eternal life. He promises eternal life. That promise is because you've done your homework and you believe that it is obtainable. See that in the definition of hope? It's more than just throwing the dice and hoping that it lands on 6 or 7. See, that is, to me, using hope in the wrong context. You see that? And then it goes on to say, hope therefore always gives pleasure or joy. Do you get that? Hope therefore always gives pleasure or joy. Whereas I wish, or I desire may produce or be accompanied with pain and anxiety. Eternal life doesn't bring pain and anxiety. That brings pleasure or joy. So after I read that, I realized I think I'm onto something here. And not I. I think I'm onto something, but God knows. That's why you can know you have eternal life. How? Based on the evidence. Based on hope. Based on belief. I tell people, believe means to understand something. If you understand it, then you can say you can believe it. Otherwise, you might as well say I think or I suppose. That's the definition coming from Noah Webster. It's good stuff, man. Dissecting and defining changed my way of studying. This 1828 dictionary changed my way of understanding. You get that word? Changed my way of understanding words, i.e. the word understanding. I never understood it to mean that. I never understood what believe meant until I read Noah Webster's definition of believe. It took me down a path that I didn't even know it was going to take me down. Take the word understand and dissect and define it. It'll blow your mind. At least it did me. I already explained that last time. It gave me the picture. It painted the picture of Christ on the cross. To understand. It's being at the feet of Christ. Christ is standing above you. Or he's either on the cross and you're at the foot of the cross, or he's alive and you're at the foot of him listening to him preach. He's standing. You're on your face under him. He's the umbrella of protection. How? Why? Because you're under him. You're understanding him. Literally, physically understanding Christ. God, Romans 1:20. That's on my book right here, bro. It's in my Reformers Unanimous. That's the title of the book. Being crucified with Christ. Sorry, that's not Romans 1:20. That's Romans 2:20. I'm sorry, I just read the verse and I assumed Romans 1:20 was. There you go. Or without excuse. Thank you. I mean, that right there describes exactly what I just said. And it wasn't my thinking. It was because of that verse right there. It's clear by that verse. We are without excuse to say there is no God. People say, well, what about the tribes in the Amazon that have never, seen another human being and never heard the gospel? Romans 1:20, right there. They're without excuse. But that's why we have missionaries. To go out and tell these people, to help clarify to them, to show them. How do they know he's real? By the things they can clearly see. by what has been made. Did you see the word there? Understood? All you got to do is look at the evidence. We have no excuse. That's why there's only two beliefs in this system, in this world. Those that believe and those that don't. Really, it is. It's a rebellion. It's since the beginning, you know. We've been rebelling against the truth. It's not his fault. It's our fault. As human beings, we're nothing. I know. Everything. Everything. John 14:6. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. I am the way. I'm the answer. I'm the truth. I am the life. I am. Gosh. You know what, guys? All we can do is just pray for people that choose not to believe. You know, attempt to share it with them. And if they're not receptive, you know, if they're getting physical and wanting to hurt you, run for the hills like Jesus did. Get away from them if possible and go and pray for them. Yeah. Pray for my brother-in-law and his wife and his kids. For my wife's sisters and my brothers and sisters, my mom. I hope one day I'll be able to share the gospel with them and they'll be receptive to it. Here, before I leave, guys, I'm going to share something with you. Hang out. If I disappear, I'll be right back. I'm just, as you can see, I have a hard time with this Xbox, but I do come back. Let me show you my testimony, my dad's testimony, at least what I got an opportunity to share with him before he died. And I have it here in my Evernote app or website in this case. And I wrote it down on purpose for this very reason, to share it, with others. But I'll read it to you here. Since I'm still connected, I can hear the music. I've got to log in here. Oh, wait. I don't have to. I don't have to manually log in. I can use Google. And it just froze here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go through Google and click on my MacKay account and put in the password. Oh, I must have the password memorized for this. So it'll take me to it hopefully here in a second, as I gotta pee like a racehorse. Here, you know what? While it's loading, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, or I'm gonna have an accident here. But yeah, I was in San Diego in 2010, I believe, and my dad came from battery. Test, test, test. I killed. Test, 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 test. Yeah, I got my. I killed 3 birds with 1 stone. I went to the bathroom. I got my battery charged, and I copied uh, the the testimony here, my dad's story from the Evernote site. Let me post it for you real quick. It should divide it up for me into multiple posts here. Yeah, it looks like it did. So here's what I wrote, so I didn't have to remember it. I'll read it to you. It says, "Thank God Dad accepted Jesus Christ as a Savior back in 2011 at 73 years old. Dad asked me to share and explain God's word to him at my home in Spring Valley, California then. I remember him dropping his face in his hands and sobbing like a child after hearing the good news. He said, "Nobody ever explained it to me like that before. Praise God," I quoted, "for what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul?" Matthew 16:26. The Bible is clear, and whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. That's the saddest verse in the Bible, Revelation 20:15. Dad didn't want his soul to be lost, so before he took his last breath, he made the simple decision to let someone explain it to him, his own son. Thank God. Thank God. Within the last few years of Dad's life, a song I heard sung by the Honor and Majesty's Choir, Hiles-Anderson College of Crown Point, Indiana, immediately captured. Oh, looks like I didn't copy everything. Give me 1 second. I'm going back to the website. Or maybe it did and it only posted as much as it had space to. But I'm going back to the website and it'll probably kick me out of the live stream. But so far, so good. So I'm on Evernote and it's going through its paces here to populate. And any second now, hopefully, it'll probably kick me out, but we'll see. Come on, come on. There we go. It's going through. It's trying. Good old difference between Evernote and a laptop. There we go. The difference between a Xbox and a laptop. Okay. And my entire TV is blank. There, it just came back. And we can X out of that. Let's see. It's probably going to kick me out right now. Okay. Succeed the last time. I copied the rest of it and I'm going to post it and we can read the rest of it here. Okay. So continuing, let's see how much of it. Within the last few years of Dad's life, a song I heard sung by the Honor and Majesty Choir, Hiles-Anderson College of Crown Point, Indiana, immediately captured my attention while I was sitting in the front row at church one Sunday. It was as if the song was written about my life and my dad and I's meeting, my dad and I's meeting that one afternoon. I couldn't help but to find the lyrics and write them down. It goes like this. And I'm not going to sing it, but these are the lyrics to the song. Let me turn this music off for a second. You can continue reading there if you want. Okay. It goes like this. This is unbelievable. This song it's like it was like telling my entire life. I've been to a lot of places, and I have been to a lot of places. I've shared with you. I've had the opportunity to travel to some foreign countries and on the other side of the world and so on. I've seen a lot of things, and I have. My eyes have viewed the beauty of many wondrous things. From the flowers in the springtime in a valley deep and wide, in the majesty of mountains by the ocean's swelling tide. But these things soon fade away. They seem to grow so small when I compare them to the greatest miracle of all. For the greatest thing my eyes have seen is the changing of a life. I just lost my place here. For the greatest thing I've ever seen, the greatest thing my eyes have seen is the changing of a life. When a sinner, my dad, fell down on his knees and gave his heart to Christ. Nothing moved my soul to tears like the joy redemption brings. When to witness true salvation is the greatest thing my eyes have ever seen. It actually cut out there and didn't finish. I thought it copied it all, but it didn't. But that pretty much tells the entire song, and it repeats itself, and it goes into the chorus. And but literally that moment in my living room at my house in Spring Valley, California, when I got the opportunity to share the gospel with my dad and to watch him, a 73-year-old man, drop his face into his hands and literally sob and shake like a child with me on my couch, and myself flowing with tears, was the greatest joy I'd ever seen, ever experienced in my life. And for my dad to say what he did was just profound. And, having been brought up the way I was brought up, and to really never I only seen my dad cry once before. It was at a funeral when my mom's second husband, it was basically my grandpa, but it was technically my step grandpa. But he's actually where I got my middle name, Edward. When my grandpa died, and my dad was there at the funeral or the memorial service for him. But other than that, I never got a chance to talk about the Word of God with him. He didn't know the Word of God. My mom didn't really know, or actually she may have, but it was never brought up or talked about with us. And to finally understand it, and then to sit down and actually have my own father be receptive to that was just greatest joy I've ever felt. And then he lived 6 years after that, and he died when he was 79. And he's the only person in my family. My mom, my dad, my other brothers and sisters. I mean, my mom and my other brothers and sisters still won't let me openly share the gospel with them without, number one, telling me to stop, and or kicking me out of their house because they don't want to hear me anymore. Or saying I belong to a cult and I need to stop pushing my religion on them. All of those things have been already said and done by my own family. So again, there's only so much you can do, and then afterwards, just pray for them. And yeah, my dream one day is to be able to sit down with the remaining, even just one of my family before I die, and sit down with them at the table and have a open conversation with them and have them be able to, you know, talk to me about it as well. And who knows, it may not ever happen, but what a joy that would be. So, yeah, I don't know if you're there, if anybody's still in the room, if you guys were able to make it this far, but I'm going to end it on that note. And thanks for being patient and um, hearing me. Ah, there you are. You're still here beyond the veil. And thank you, Girl in the Mirror, for hanging out from beginning to end. Joe, have you been listening for a while? Mr. Joe. Wow, put a smile on my face. Praise God for a man your age. Yep, it's awesome. Yeah, I'll be on. Oh, that's cool. Thanks, Joe. Praise God for another person. Yeah, I don't know if you saw earlier in the live stream, but I definitely started out this live stream a lot differently than I normally do. We kind of, I think I was on a show and tell. I was going around with my son's phone and showing pictures of myself back in the 80s, 70s and 80s and my family and so on. And then everything kind of um, evolved from that beginning. Awesome. I know. It's coming, huh? Is it supposed to be here in New Jersey as well? The word is it's nationwide, this big nationwide cold front coming through. So it's Alexa, what's the temperature right now? Right now, it's 24 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 24, yeah. How cold is it there in Kentucky? Alexa, how cold is it in Kentucky? Today, in Frankfort, Kentucky, expect a low of 25 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, so it sounds like about the same temperature. That was in the capital there, Frankfurt. Yeah, 22. Yeah, it just said it was 24 in Frankfurt. It's the same temperature here, so it looks like we're in the same belt. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking of that actually when I said that. There's only so much we can do, and then escape without harm if you can, and go up in the hills and preach. I was referring to a memory in my head, and I wasn't going to talk about it, but now that you mentioned that, um, yes. Alexa, is there going to be snow? No snow is expected today. Also, there's a winter storm watch in effect for Monday, January 6th, 1 a.m. to Tuesday, January 7th, 1 a.m. Yeah, so that's the word I've been hearing is there's a winter storm watch moving through. So I'm going to assume that means snow eventually, but nothing tomorrow, apparently. It tried to here like 2 nights ago. It was kind of just like a dusting of powdered sugar, which didn't stick. It kind of put a little coating on the top of the car and the stuff, but um, there was the temperature was too warm. It was like in the low 40s, so whatever hit the ground just melted. So, and I really couldn't even see it, or barely could see it. So, um, yeah, what was I saying? Oh, was about couldn't even preach in his hometown. I was thinking of I don't know if that's the same story where he tries to preach and they were about to stone him and he was able to basically escape out the back and head for the hills and he went up into the hills and preached. I mean and prayed. Well, I had an instance where oh th- that particular story that I'm thinking about was referring to trying to attempting to preach the gospel 3 times. And after the third time, it suggests that you leave and go pray. And so after reading about that, like 3 times incident, I decided to try that. And the moment was in my mind was right to try to share the gospel with my brother-in-law, my wife's sister's husband, and they live about 8 miles from here. So we were over there visiting like we normally did at the time, and I tried at one time, and he wasn't very receptive, and I kind of picked up on that, so I left it at that. And then when I was over there the next time, I tried again, and again, you know, he either walked away or I forget how it went. But I remember the third time, I decided to try one more time. I made it a point to try this try it 3 times. And the third time, he got confrontational verbally, and eventually, his wife said, "Why don't you just let him talk to you about this?" And I said, "Come here, let's go outside. Let's go outside by ourselves." So I invited him out onto the porch, and we went out onto his porch. He had like a little swinging, bench out there. So we sat there, and I tried out on the porch, and he didn't want to listen. So I realized, okay, we're done. So we got up, and I went inside the house, and it didn't stop there, and he got a little more confrontational, and then he ended up like standing up, pointing his finger at me and asking me to leave. And I realized I was calling my wife, honey, let's go. So he ended up literally walking me out of the house. And that was my first attempt to share the gospel 3 times with somebody. Yeah. So anyhow, um, Joe and Beyond the Veil and Girl in the Mirror and anybody else that is still hanging out there, I'm out of here. I gotta get to bed. It's almost 6 in the morning. I haven't even been to sleep yet. My wife's gonna kill me already. So, but thank you again. Don't forget the like, the thumbs up. You guys know the drill. Joe, I'll be on Monday night, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Again, tonight was an exception, but it looks like I'm making those exceptions recently. So see you guys. You too, Joe. Appreciate it so much. Bye, Girl in the Mirror. Thank you, brother. Yeah, you sowed the seed. Yeah. It's hard. Yeah. It's my brother was another asked me to see text message me and asked me to pack my stuff and leave his house. Crazy, but we still talk today as if it never happened, which is good. Okay, I'm out of here. See you guys. Let me go out in style. Oh wait, let me read your last comment here since I keep talking. I'm a missionary on a website called Need Him Global, and it's a joy to share scripts with people. Amen. Cool. Well, that's what I'm doing, and at least I have an opportunity to do this, and it feels good, as you know. Yeah. So it's awesome. Good night, Salahat. That is everyone in Tagalog. Dum